What? Maxwell? Oh my god, did you miss me, Maxwell? I missed you. Ba ba da ba ba da ba. I miss you too. Aw, opens mod emits gay and 26 stereo track surround sound. What about that surround sound sheet? Okay, VTuber going live. Furry live. I forgot to like get any post ready. That's for Affinity, not Twitter. Doki doki. Yeah, I am. Cyrus, how did you know? How did you know? I didn't feel it. Me too. I'm very interested too. We have to decide if it's a W game or an L game. Ajax, what's up? Hope stream and immediately checked it. Ajax fucking makes out with your asshole. I'm so sorry. Pat Smeed, hi. The Pillarman's theme. Oh my god. I gotta watch the new JoJo because we got like Steel Ball Run slowly releasing, right? Great to see. Oh, you should play Kerbals. I think I would lose. You know with what? No, but it's coming until September. Only the first hour episode. Oh shit. I'd probably crash out. Wait, I want pizza. And now you can't be. Oh, I actually miss Megabonk a little bit.
I knew you would come, but
maybe I'll play some today. Oh, puppy! I just finished my pasta salad. Oh. I used to walk to the grocery store when I lived with my brother. I used to walk to the grocery store. Oh, I punched my microphone. Sorry. And we would always pick up pasta salads there. Or mix some salads there, like at the fresh thing, and that would be like our little like lunch together. I kind of miss it. Hope wants uppies. I want uppies. You want uppies. We all want uppies. To everyone. It's like that but made at home. Yeah, I mean it's probably cheaper obviously to make it at home.
Lizard.
B.
Lizard.
V. Watching over and over again. This place sucks. Yeah, but like so does everywhere else. Oh yeah. No, Meg, I'm sorry. Of course, V, I got you. It's just like a random. I'm sure everyone's heard of the Gravity Oblivious best thing on Blue Sky. It's so funny. It's so funny. Hi, Snova the Snowf. I love you, Snova. I think I'm done advertising everywhere. We have a fun day. We have a fun day coming today, friends. We have a fun day. Vigor, it's okay. Licks, logs on. I think I can switch to scene. It's me. Where am I? Oh my god, I'm so big. Oh, I forgot. There you go. This is how I ended the stream last, is being this close to you guys. Hurry up, we want to play games. Oh, hold on. I gotta fuck with my fan. Or it's like pointed right at my microphone. Ah, boop. Ah, Giant Hope, it's your favorite, Cyrus. Med check, everybody. Med check. Personal distance. I don't know what that means. I did. I keep meaning to. Man, Cyrus. All right. I'll give you the growth serum to give to Vanta. Rubinda, I have an important PSA to make. For the rich, obviously. Hell yeah. To show you the picture. Dude, it's so cool. Mead got me this. Okay, I'm gonna describe it to you guys, but Mead got me this pill sorter, right, for my meds. Hi, Novi. I love you, by the way, and everyone should follow Novi. So picture, guys, a see-through pink case, okay? It's a see-through pink case, like something that you'd get from the early 2000s, right? And you open up the case, okay? Then there's 7 smaller cases. It's already gone, right? Not purple corpse lamp. Yeah. Me too. The PCs, I know what you mean, V. So there's 7 smaller cases in this bigger case, right? The see-through pink case. These smaller cases are also see-through, friends. They're also see-through. Each of the cases have marked Saturday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, like it's the day of the week, right? Now, get this, okay? Are you ready for mind blowing? So these cases are see-through, right? These cases are also the smaller cases are also separated in daytime and nighttime. I am the most organized person now. It is. What color is it? I'm excited for Jason to be in DBD, but I think I'm more excited for the new Jason game. Bison, hi. Little oh my god, yeah, usually it's W. I'll share it. I'll give it to you if we ever meet. With whatever meds I have left in it. Have fun with my estrogen and my anxiety pill. I didn't. We'll watch it later. We'll watch it later. Like the full episode. The full episode. Oh. Yeah. Either on stream or we can watch it on stream. Maybe Saturday morning cartoon thing. One med, one for vitamins are important. Guys, Lionheart, thank you for checking. If you ever get a chance, guys, go get blood work. I know it's easier for me to say because it's free to get here, but go get blood work and check like your vitamin levels. Make sure you have like all your vitamin stuff. It's important when we're in our 30s. Guys, I'm a hag tuber, so I have to tell you guys the adult things, right? Blood work? Yeah, I sure hope it will. Yo, I don't have my check-in. Lund, I'm so sorry. I need to talk to Meeps. Guys, if you guys know a streamer called Meeps Kitten, if you don't, unimportant. No, I'm joking. If you guys know a streamer named Meeps Kitten, he's really good at this techie stuff. Because Stream Elements is getting a little bit like weird. He knows how to do a thing in Streamer Bot where it handles your alerts and shit, and I need to talk to him. Jackie, what's shaking? I need an emote like that. I am afraid of butterfly needles, of having... Dude, butterfly needles are so easy and chill. I need butterfly needles because my veins don't like do nice. Barky bites you. How you doing, girly? Do you have anything shitty to do today, or are you like, do you get to kind of like vibe, crosses wings and frowns? No, I'm so good. Wait, really? Wait, let's check if we have any gaming news, guys. You almost died today? Like, wait, like actually? Cortisone shots in your feet? How do you get a shot in your foot? What?
I have come.
Dude, fuck driving, Barky. Mega, hi! Okay, I don't think we have any, I don't know if we actually have any crazy gaming news today. None that I've already showed you. Painfully. Hi, Mega! Oh, by East Hills? Oh, fuck that shit. Omega 3 is helpful, yeah. Just cleaning and drawing? Hell yeah. I might want stickers from you. For A. Like send you my, like a couple of my emotes or some shit. And then whatever the price is, just let me know. You have a new plan? Congrats again. I forgot to tell you guys, like, I've had this position for a little bit. I did some training last night, but I've been helping our schedule coordinator make the club staff schedule on the streaming side. It's been such a unique experience. I'm gonna be behind the scenes in Paralives though. Like if you actually see me in Paralives, I'm probably not working. Because my job, I have to be at a desk making sure shit good. It's because it's in the east of this hills. Pagey mega short flops on you. East Hills welcome from agency with a different employees saying about their products. Wait, I think I do. Wait, East Hills Mall oh my god, it's like one of the first things. Yes, holy shit. I remember this shit so bad. Haircut.
Backpacks, come get your backpack.
Boots and pants and boots and pants.
New shoes. Get yourself an outfit.
Sorry, wait, you can't see. Hold on. Get yourself an outfit. It goes hard. Wait. I'm sorry. Get your big old. Sorry. It's literally the mall. Lash! Oh my god, hi Lash, I love you. I saw you getting ready for streaming.
Backpacks, come get your backpack.
Boots and pants and boots and pants.
New shoes. Get yourself an outfit.
Get yourself an outfit.
Pants and boots and pants.
Haircut.
Hi Lashies, how are you, sweetie?
After school with East Hills. Haircut.
It's so awful. It's wild. I'm awake. You need to be sleeping. I went shopping. What did you buy, Maxwell? Barky bites, but bites. Barky bites you. Barky bites. Barky bites you. Hey, Smeeze, how's it going? You stayed up way too late. Oh my god. Hope, yes, my darling. You gotta see my pledge. Send it to me. Send a picture. Oceanity, how you doing, girlie? I miss you so much. Hugs. But you know they are so proud. Wait, Novi, what did I do? I'm so proud of you. We were watching the East Hills Balls, like it's like a meme now. Can you imagine being one of those people? I wonder where they are right now. So when is Ferality? Ferality is next weekend. Not this coming weekend, but next weekend. Right here. Sent you W. I'll check. Love the ESO Malpe. They were so proud of it. Yeah. And you can see the convention schedule. So everything kind of starts on Thursday, June 4th. Boots and pants and boots and pants. Saturday 6, Sunday 7, 6, 7, anybody? Haircut. If you're nervous and don't know if you have enough money, still register. Still hit register now. I can't show you because I'm already registered. But if you hit the register now and follow Chrono, I love you. If you hit the register now and go through the process, there's gonna be a thing called financial hardship. Just click that. 6-7 Chewy. There's gonna be a financial something or other, and if you get on a list for them paying the ticket for you, basically. Novelation, hi. It'll like tell you under the FAQ, but it even offers during the stuff. Live chat W. Entire chat's new vocal save. It really is. Can't wait to see you, Yazing. I'm sorry, whenever you've been requesting off me, I've either been working out or in like a staff training or something. Delta, hi. What is that? No, don't leave. Let me hope. Look at my plant. It's pink like you. Okay, hold on. Wait, it doesn't accept PayPal? You gotta be shitting me. It doesn't accept PayPal? That's like, what do you mean? People pay it better. Oh, that's so pretty. Wait, you're in Canada, Smeeze? Why am I not it? Why didn't I know that? Or why did I know that and forget? Ooh, pretty. I want a new plant. I'm in the UK. Huh? No PayPal? That's what I'm saying. Oh, Neville, what? No, I feel bad. You would give me a plant just like that? I guess I could put it on my balcony. Oh my god. With the stickers? If I order stickers from you, Barky, can I get plant? Dude, Barky is like my little, like, Barky's my mom, guys. Meet Barky. She takes care of me. And yet one free plant? That's so funny. But I can't use the PayPal? That's so weird. You know what? Go through support, bro. They have like shit at support. I wonder if you could just ask them and be like, yo, like, I don't got a credit. Just say you don't have a credit card or some shit. And then, and your only online payment is PayPal. You can pay W PayPal. Check TMs. Okay, Delta. Dusky's hi. No, but I want to be friends with you.
Outfit.
Oh, click this. Okay, Barky found it, guys. Check this. Oh, I can't paste a picture. Old Dragoness. Old hi, friends. Apparently there's a button. Mace, there's a button. Matto, I miss you. No, I just took off my sweater because it's hot. Matto, thank you so much for 2 months. What? You want to stay subscribed? Are you sure? And your Prime Gaming? Oh, no, I can't register though because I'm already registered, so I can't even get to that page. It just skips to my login page. Oh, wait, but I can... Oh, my message? Oh, wait, W, you're right. I'm high. Apparently, there's choose payment method. And then there's pay with PayPal, but they come at a higher cost to our organization. That's a little weird, but you can pay here. I could take it all off for you, Matto. Just for you. But because I'm demisexual, we have to experience a long bonding ritual of eating nachos together. Transaction fees. Ugh. Nachos not okay. Fries count. Oh, I love refrigerators. Neville, if you do come, please let me know. I'll try to be around it. Reach who all of the nachos. Me and Hope get to hang because I brought her a donaire. We do. Bang. Oh, bang, not hang. Wait. Oh, bang, not hang. I just skipped over that. Oh yeah, hanging out would be lewd as shit. We'll bang, okay? Meet me in the cockpit. We'll bang, okay? Meet me on the ship. All right, guys. I gotta get melatonin supplement. Hell yeah, do it. Guys, we got some fun things, I think, today. Kathy, thank you for the lurk. We'll bang, okay? Hope's bang bus. I think I wanted to talk about one thing before I forget. If anybody's getting a chance to play 007 First Light, let me know. I also want a fursuit, guys, right now. That's it. That's my wants today. Let me know if you're playing the new 007 game. And then I also want a fursuit. That's it. Yeah, pretty much same Barky. Just any fursuit? No, maybe one of me, but I guess I could wear a random pink cute one. Yo, Oceanity, are you loving it? ISO, I love you. Don't forget to thank the bus driver, me in my every Fortnite game. I'm sorry, Delta. I don't have the right thingies. Yeah, I was gonna think about making one, but I keep getting distracted. I actually might have the capital to buy the so I want to get the mannequin shoulder and arm things. And I need tools. I need the tools. A very Bond movie. No, you can. You can. I'm not always on like that. Sometimes I'm on for just chilling. I have a 3D print fursuit. You just have to fur it. Whoa, that's wild. I kind of want to work with foam though. I wanted to learn how to work with foam. 3D printing, I guess, is not bad. Is how Demetria, are they actually? Do you not live in a W place? What did I do? Appear foam gets so hard. I guess so. I actually didn't know that. That's interesting, Barky. Interesting. I'll take a peek at them. Doover, thank you so much for that. Can follow. Welcome on. Any of it is hot. I mean, yeah, with fur. I want to try it. Lash, you got a fursuit, right? We're all hot, TBH. True. We can wall bang. It's okay. I love your suit. models in 3D print. I guess I could. I'm trying to get a 3D printer to Canada from the US, but like shipping is like stupid. So someone drive me that person's 3D printed to me. I love you back. I love you. Do you? Oh, interesting, Barky. Oh my god, Barky. I should just come over and just like do my business stuff. Do part of my business stuff over there. Why not just order one in Canada? Because he specifically built it for me, bro. My friend built me a 3D printer and put some cool attachments on it and was like, here, I got you it for free. I can lend it to you whenever you need it. That's kind of you know, or whatever he had. You know what I mean, Shripe. You know what I mean. I want to go to Canada. It's so close to me now. Wait, really? Are you east, middle, or west? That's to the right of me, I think. So east, right? I'm going to Fur A. You need to tell me when Cal Furry is because... Wait, when is Cal Furry? Is it like next year? 2026? Oh no, that's in September. Dude, is that near us, Barky? Wait, is that near us? I'm going to furry migration. Ooh. Wait, what if I volunteer with them? Applications closed? Well, fuck that shit. Never mind. That's so cool. Oh, all you guys are so cool. All you guys are so freaking... I'm going back to sleep. Puts you in my asshole, ISO. Yo, furry migration. Let me know how that goes. Okay. Is it time to play some games? Have I yapped enough? Is it time to gameplay? There's an ad though, so maybe after the ad. Yes, Unhinged Dragon. No games ever. Dude, make me your guest of honor. Make me your guest of honor. Yes, man. No, I was gonna try Paralives. Word. Gaming. I actually do both. To be fair, I haven't actually, Cyrus. I haven't. Do you ever need to borrow the third? Want to talk about your okay? Yeah. I'll DM you. I'll probably DM you about the stickers because, like, I want just something to pass around or leave around at for a. That's what I call cave diving. I hope you know. Go lurk, Barky. But I just want to say the bigger sticker you gave me, it's on my main rig. I loved it to pieces. I put on my main rig, my computer tower. All right. So y'all are gonna get hit with ads in 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. Never yapped enough. True. But I can't react to something I think I know about already. I know a little bit about what happens in number 2. That's why I don't want to like look at things. They even had ads. So friends, I was talking big hype for this game. One of the new games that came out that I really wanted to play is called Paralives. It basically looked like an indie developer looked at The Sims and was like, how do we be less money greedy than EA, you know? So this is early access. Your friend was playing that last night. I've been eyeing it so bad. I hope it's good. Okay, hold on. I gotta find it in the gaming thing. Paralives. There we go. You're gonna like it. Oh, I can't wait. Will it show up on screen? It's loading, guys, on my side. Yeah! Sims! The game is still in active development? Wait. First. Oh, ads. Wait, no, I'm gonna snooze the ads. F it. I'm gonna snooze them. Guys, this is where I'll start my highlight for my YouTube. Chat, say hi to YouTube. It's loud.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
Hope not to worry, but you're muted. What does that mean? Hi, YouTube W. Can't reacted you. What do you mean I'm muted?
It's our job to help this guy and everything. But
Oh my god.
he's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just?
But Chewy, I love it. Hi, What's Vimeo? You still have a chance. It means we can't hear. I know what it means, but you can hear me. You smell like pee. Hello, MySpace. Guys, welcome to Paralives. New game. Let's start selecting starting town. Probably a town. No, I can't. What is that emote, Delta? What is that? I'm just good at lip reading. Says the lesbian, like, I'm sorry. That's bad. I love it. Arrive. So random. It's loading, guys. You can't see the furniture behind me growing in sketches, but W music though. You guys did skip ads, so this W. Dude, what is it loading? I guess it's loading a whole town. W ads. I wish I could tell them to run the ads now. Like I like on my little chat bar, I either have dismiss or snooze, but no, like, oh, just run it now because it might be like easier to do. Where? Do I have to open up my whole thing? Oh, well, this is cute. Train. Do we like trains, guys? Next time I stream, I'll show you. Okay. I'm Roberto. Is he my training? Ow, I like turtles. Oh, rotate camera. Okay. Zoom camera up and down and up and down. Go to the next wagon by clicking on the blue rectangle. Oh, it's The Sims! Thank you for the lyric lashes. I love you. Yeah, no worries. No fret, no rush. Yeah, I've had a few of those. Oh my lord. You misbehavior. Choo choo. Chewy. Kusaki. Oh my god, I miss you so much, Kusaki. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Friends, Kusaki's another streamer. Have I been missing your streams like royally? Select a household. So you could either oh shit, you could either create a household or choose like random of these characters. Oh, look at them. I'm good. So I'll be awake. I'm on night shift for 3 weeks. Oh. Which one? This dude here? Cyrus? Annie? Oh my god. Guys, Kisaki is great. Kisaki's great. Dude, she looks so punk. I love her. Wait, we can click her. Oh, you can learn people. Tyree is not only artistically brilliant, but also loves to share her gifts with her community, prioritizing values such as love, acceptance, equality, and sustainability. Through her art and music, she promotes individuality and freedom of expression. Her main goal is to fight for what's right and uplift positive voices in the community. W. Oh, my big head's in the way. I'm so sorry. Oh, and look at this. Florence and Faye. We have a lesbian couple. I haven't. Wait, artistic basement, goblin sims. No, I haven't. What is? I have to. We have an elderly lesbian couple. Florence and Faye has been happily married for 30 years. They've been together through thick and thin, supporting each other and holding hands through the best and worst of times. Both now retired, Florence can focus on her garden and Faye can relax and listen to her favorite vinyl records. Every morning, they enjoy reminiscing about beautiful memories created over a lifetime. They both relish every single day knowing soulmates exist. Waiting for the next life where they'll be sure to find each other again. That's so gay, I love it. They're so cute. Look at this startup family. Where's the problematic family? Zoe's trying to figure herself out. Wait, Stripe, I found you. Look at you. They put you in the game too. I'm sorry for the ads. This person's on their PSP. She's looking for love. Wait. I need somebody who's problematic. Oh, these are like opposite people. Guys, if you're looking for like a W anime to watch, You and I Are Polar Opposites is really good. Okay, guys, what do you recommend? What do you think we should? I want to be a fat sausage roll too. Feeds you and feeds you and feeds you. No, I'm not doing. Should I like create myself? Or should I play a family here? Or should I just create something random? A hope? Should I make? I can make hope. Create a new household. It confuses me too much. I'll do it all for you. I'll do it all for you in exchange for a fursuit. I'm joking. How old am I, guys? Am I a teen? Am I a young adult? Oh my god, never mind. I don't want to make myself anymore. I'm old. Scully Angule. I'm old. What do you guys consider?
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help.
What do you guys consider 34? Is that a young adult?
He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out?
Is that a young adult or an old adult? I'm gonna fart on your face, Dwin. Dwin, are you playing the new 007 game? I think I'm adult, guys. Guys, you can't see this, can you? Behind me? Got some pizza, mac and cheese? Yes, Vex? That sounds amazing. I would consider it a teenage pregnancy at 34. Moo! Todd Moo. You can't see it, guys, but behind me, we have gender. What if I just like, I wish I could just have, oh wait, just, okay, do you guys see? Check this. Dreams, I guess. HopeDreams. That's my name. You know what? I don't even have a last name. Fuck having a last name. Oh, that's neat. You could do last name first. So like if you're like folks from the East usually have last name first, then it's their first name. During the golden eye. Wait, Twin, were you? Oh. So you won't, if I play it, you'll hate me, right, Twin? But your babies need a surname? I'm gonna. No, they don't. I'm just naming them main strikes. My babies are all sorry. Guys, we got female, male, and it doesn't change the body. Non-binary. Oh, check out this. Advanced personality. She, her. Can get pregnant, can get others pregnant. What do you mean I can't do both? What do you mean I can't do both? I'm already sending a message to the developers right now. I should be able to do both. Can breastfeed? Now you play. Oh, I love you. I could accurately make me in a sense where I am neither. Well, what should I do? Should I do something that I want or something that I am? Does that make sense? Someone else get pregnant this Finlay. Doing both is good. Be you. Want? Neither, because then it would be like this. Neither and can't breastfeed. In relationships, get jealous by seeing a partner kissing or getting intimate. Obviously, I get jealous. No, my partner can hug somebody. They're allowed to get fit. Want was the thing. Do what I want. Okay, can get pregnant, I guess. And can breastfeed. All right, there you go. I can't wait for you all to watch me breastfeed. Next. Where's the section where I'm jealous if they talk to anybody else but me? I'm joking. If your man has a mouth, he's cheating. Like, why does he have a mouth? To talk to other people with? He doesn't need to talk to anybody but you.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Why does your man have legs? So he can walk and see other people? No, your man doesn't need legs. Next. I'll be like, give me your, I'm gonna be like firecracker and all black. I am. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, so your breast. Shut the What is this?
Boca.
Boca.
Now the main problem area is up here. All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
Fine. Huh. Bichu.
I'm 100% mellow, guys. My voice is 100% mellow. Okay, we gotta actually get through. We gotta actually get through the character creator. So let's throw something together real quick. I'm pale as shit.
I knew you.
Have you heard yourself? No. What do I sound like?
I have.
I thought mellow, because usually, is it smooth? Or am I silky?
Noopy.
Yeah.
Boca. Ah, se vopino.
You sound yummy. Chrono is cute.
Juma.
Whoa, we have sliders, guys. W sliders, you're crazy. Let's speed through this, but we want to appreciate the character creator, okay? I'm gonna put my VTuber back on, okay? So we got skin color, body presets. We could choose one. I'm pretty chubs. Though I'm losing weight, 250 pounds, W. Actually, I might be born this now. We can put body hair, guys. Body hair color, I don't have any body. Like, I try not to. If I get it, it's because I've let it grow.
Waldo, but they never think how is Waldo.
Wait, is that showing nips? Oh no, one is boob. One is boobs and one is no boobs. One is bulge and one is no, wait. I can't tell. I can't tell which one. as we'd say, I have an unexpected package in the bank. No, I don't anymore. I used to. Yo, guys, I got rid of mine and now everybody wants a girl with one. I make a mistake. Hi, Ashies. How are you, Billie Eilish? I do look like Billie Eilish, to be fair, right now. Okay, what's this? Hold on. Eye color. I'm gonna make Dream Me. Okay, I'm gonna make Dream Me. Where are the stoner eyes? That's pretty stoner eyesy. Guys, you just gotta let me cook. You just gotta let me cook first. I take you either way. That's good enough to squish me if she sits on me. There might be kids watch. I actually mark all my shit as like, this video's not for kids. Genuinely. I mark all my shit like that because of like what I say and also the games I play too. A variety. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I don't know, Chewy. I'm looking. YouTube's still really for breastfeed. Oh my god. You're right. I actually don't know. I can't seem to find it. Nose. Who's seen my no, I know, that's what I said. That's what I said. I've marked them. Look harder. Do you play this game? Hi Sammy, I love you. Sammy, would you make yourself able to breastfeed and or get pregnant? Asking for a friend. Edit both sides. Edit this Paralives left side. You're right. You're right. Guys, which eye has my blue eye? I think it's my left.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
It is, isn't it? Oh my god, W. Left to, I'm tuning in and out. Sorry, it's okay, Finley. Poofle, hi, thank you so much for the follow. Tried it though, probs not. Love the avatar. Oh, thank you so much. I love you. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. I never actually pay attention to my own nose. Can I be so real with you guys? I actually don't pay attention to my own nose, so I don't even know like my nose shape. It's not like I'm trying to make I shouldn't make myself one-to-one though. Somebody's gonna see me and go like, Hope. That nose looks too flat though. What the fuck does my nose looks like IRL? Your persona's coming up, thank you. Your lower eye is brown? No, that's when I get pink eye. Or that's when I'm brown nose. You know what? I don't know. Bro, why are these noses all kind of weird though? Do they have a cow model? Somebody drew me as a cow, guys. I had a wired month in high school when I became hyperwarm and I was streaky. My brain noses don't belong on faces. Wait, that's crazy. We can actually slider this. Look. Look. So if you don't think your nose is good, you could. How have you not seen IRL me? Oh my god, I just realized that people are gonna see IRL me when I go to the convention. Is that okay? Is it okay to break the VTuber magic if I go to a furry con, guys? Or should I just not go anymore? Just go and have fun. Can I wear your fursuit, Dwayne? Mace, I feel like, well, for years though, facial structure. Guys, can I tell you an insecurity? You want to borrow my suit? Yeah. I don't know. I'm just joking. Wait, how much do you do for rentals? I'm joking. You'd have to come get it. Oh. Okay, guys, I have to do a quick flight. Hi, Ratters. Guys, can I tell you an insecurity of mine? I actually think I have a big forehead. And I can't look at myself in the mirror sometimes because I only focus on my forehead. And $30 at a PB&J sandwich? So much. Do you think so? I always try to cover mine up. I am 100% Sakura from Naruto. What the? Hope's got a 5 and you're so mean. I've seen you. Hope you rock. Oh, thank you. I've never seen. It's to store my big brain, guys. That's it. I'll just go standard ears. I wonder if you could edit like somebody after. What is this? That's your eyebrows.
What this is, but it's kind of hot.
Oh, neat. So you could like... You could really mess with settings. Hope got a 6-7 him. That's what I want my wife to... Oh my god. Hi, Shoxy, I miss you, lovey. How are you? Do you love someone that acts like you don't exist? No, not like that. It's my forehead. But also, but Sakura, they get better in shipping him. But I know, I agree too. I wish Sakura would let the boy go. But you have to admit, like, she was young, right? Like, they're at about like 13 years old at that state. Okay, let's power through this. I did say I would try to make this quickly. Uxie at 6-7. Oh my god, I feel like that stresses me out that you're gonna stay
up here is what's causing me the most physical.
Yo! That's literally trans hair. Oh my god. I get so much pussy with this look. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, fuck. That's so pretty. Dude, I actually like this game. I wish I would stop frowning, though. But maybe that's just my resting bitch face. Stole my heart. Oh. Shoxy is such a beautiful person. Shikamaru is hot. W. Wow, this character customization in this really good. Yeah. Kusaki, you're so beautiful. Stream so I can walk. Have you like Zelda, right? Have you done have you seen the Twilight Princess stuff? The PC port of it? This is probably more like my hair IRL. It's longer than this for sure. Longer than that. I'll go ponytail because I love my ponytails. I'll do like, this is cute. But I think there's another ponytail hair that suits like Hope herself. And that's the one with the bangs on the side too. If I can find it again. Jake, yeah, oh what? Yeah, look up Dusklight or Dusk. It's just type in Dusk Legend of Zelda. Dude, I'm attracting all the shorts. Wait, so not only, oh, you could short hair it, long hair. Oh, what? There's like, oh, okay, there's different hairstyles you can choose from. Neat. Okay. I'll see you. Yes, W head coverings. I'm so happy they put that in the game. You're neat. Wow, goosies. I'm gonna munch you. Munch you, munch you, munch you, munch you, munch you. Where's hair color? Is there not like a picker? Oh, there's a picker. There's a picker. Because it's more like a brighter pink than that. I'll keep the roots like that. I could put light hair though, because I need something that represents Hope's horns. So maybe we do a light blue for her horns, because we can't really have horns in game. Wolfen, hi cutie, how are you? Like the Dune popcorn bucket. You're maybe. I made her sad though. I made her kind of sad looking. Wolfen, if this 100% looks like you IRL, it'd be like, what? Oh my god, you could add multiple eyeshadows. I usually put eyeliner on IRL, but I always love the fade. Oh my god, give her a French mustache. I'm about to give you a French mustache. In fact, for anybody who pisses me off today, I'm making you like a French person in this game. I'm Wolfen, I miss you. How you doing, dude? It's good to see you. I'm already one of those. Fucking try it. I love you guys so much. I truly do. Oh, I love a little bit of lipstick, but I'm not somebody who throws it on. Can I tell you guys, I suck at wearing dark lipstick. Yeah, Searing, hi! Searing, did you see I attended an EU session? I was so naughty for doing that. I did? I waved to you, but I can't tell if you were like locked in on like instructing. I just had virality work. I would have attended my usual time. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I had like a virality staff meeting at 6:30 and I didn't know like how long it was gonna be and I didn't want to be late, but I didn't want to slack on my workout either. So I was like, I guess I'll go to an EU one and like cry because I'm lonely and don't know anybody. I noticed you, don't worry. Yes, I'm proud of you. Thank you. Guys, follow Searing. He's cool. Searing's my instructor, guys. My fitness instructor. Okay, I told you guys I would hurry up with character designing. Oh, that's cute. The little hearts on the side. Okay, I like this. I like it Picasso, but not too dark. And more like a rosier type, because like that dark thing, I guess that's okay. Guys, W character or L character? Oh my god. Whoa, that's so cool. Oh, I kind of like this look in a way. If you like, I don't know what you would put there, but yes, I'd be a clown. This is Shoxy. Shoxy is slowly that. Shoxy is like, I will not stay up too late watching Yaoi. I will not stay up too late watching Yaoi. You buy one and then another mixed match? Yes. Yes, but that's out of my stuff. That's out of my like hands. If you wanted to like, if you're like, I like the Nova Beast, but I want the ears from this dragon avatar. That's Blender work, and I'm not skilled in Blender yet. Syrup spotted. You can do it, theoretically, but it's out of my personal ability. Sadly, I will get to learning it. Trust, I will get to learning it. Yeah, you could kit bash. Is that what you call it? Kit bashing? That sounds so funny. Kit bash. All right, let's throw on some outfits, guys. Clothing is easy though, because you have VRC. You have VRC Fury. Smace Pepper, you're fucking hot. NGL. What is this? I want to learn more about Shoxy. They seem pretty neat. I kick it with Shoxy sometimes in VR when he visits Sobs. Oh my god, if this isn't cute. Wait, is there a Blumpkin? There's a Blumpkin. Alice, hi, how are you? Will invite me more than nerd? Okay, I'm sorry. What do you mean? How do you not like this game? I haven't even started it yet. These are so cute, guys. The hats are adorable. Fuck it, I'm wearing a hat, guys. W had. Stop, they have these glasses. Do you know what these, do you guys remember these glasses? Deal with it. But worse, making me want to commit. There's a pumpkin pie joke somewhere. That's wild. Headband with horns. You can mod this game already. So like there's probably like people gonna be making stuff. Oh, I could put my IRL piercing. That's my IRL piercing, but it has spikies. I kind of always wanted to try this type of nose piercing. Those are the upper lip bites, I think. Wait, do we have snake bites? Oh, this one is, what's my color IRL? I don't think. It's that weird metallic color that like looks funky and cool. But I don't know how to describe it. Or Persona. Why is the menu stops at the wait, is it actually? I didn't even realize it. I'm on a spider bite still. So you could be Cider Man. Yo, you could have hearing aids. W game, you could have hearing aids. You can also put a mask over yourself if you wanted to be a ninja. Guys, I really think I could be ninja too. I want to be ninja. I want to be ninja. I'm gonna chop, chop, chop chow down. Take chow down to Chinatown. Alright, let's go back to making a character. I don't know what shirt to wear. Guys, what do I wear? What is this? What is this? They got infected. I tried a brow piercing, but I got infected. Hope, check DMs. It's like you IRL inbred is a wild statement. Attic! Oh my god, Attic made herself. Look, guys, look at Attic. No, I'm not even lying to you. This looks very close to Attic IRL. This actually looks... You're a snack, but this is a bit much. That is 100% Attic. Now she's real. Sakura, zoom out a bit. I can't. Oh. You guys like it? W Attic. Guys, make your characters and show me them. That's crazy. Why did Cyrus text me? Don't read now, but super... Oh, okay, I can't read it. I just wanted to show the striped socks. Attic, how do I be a goth girl? Teach me how to be a goth girl. Bro, is this W or L? Why are my boobs kind of like... I guess that's okay. Dude, we have the same time. That's how you know we're best friends. Like, we're so alike. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean, look, what is this? Yo, hook me up with a purple top. Hook me up with a purple top. Ruffles? Is this anime? Is this anime? Open Attic, I see a magical girl outfit. I could wear a magical girl outfit. Dude, I feel purple is good. My BF is purple. WBF. How come have I met your BF before? I kind of like showing the belly off a little bit. I kind of like being a cottagecore lesbian, guys. I don't think so. No. Blurf. Hi, Foxy. Mary, 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 Mary. I like V is here, yeah. Guys, I can't tell the outfit. Did you guys like the magical outfit or do you guys want like the belly top? Yeah, I'd love to. I think that's cute. I really, I don't even look at, I don't even. Although this, I feel like the hoodie is more me, guys. Belly top, you like the belly top? I won't lie to you guys and fully say that, like, I am such hoodie energy and I like wearing other people's hoodies too. Glitched? What does that mean? Is this a collab? Glitched? Now, like, this hoodie's better. Holy shit, I can't talk. This hoodie, like, I would wear this IRL. Hi, Berlin boy. I'm doing well. How are you? Let's rock the belly top for now, though. I think it's cute. Whoa, you could do like a... Kitty, I'm amazing. Hell yeah, hoodie is good. Friends, would you let me wear your hoodie? Yes or no? Yes, W. For my nice berserk. No, I literally choose the berserk hoodie. Does it have nuts from Berserk? And he says it's berserking time? Because you wouldn't give them back? That's her hoodie for life? Yeah. Absolutely, yes. I tend to wear pants. Honestly. Dude, man, my pants are like, depending on the mood, you know? My pants are very... Damn it, it won't let me zoom in on ass. Jake! And then he berserked all over those guys, yes. They're my fave one for only letting... Oh yeah, of course, please, obviously, yeah, if you have a hubby, like, let them wear your favorite hoodie. Dude, this style is rad. This style is rad. I can't decide what pants I want. Or if I want a skirt. Guys, pants or skirt. I like the long skirt too, but I think I would wear a shorter skirt IRL. Do I have a long? I actually do think I have a long skirt. I mostly tend to wear IRL. I tend to wear pants like, not that. No, I don't wear track pants, but I wear like, these look too tight for than the pants I wear. But skirt? Are skirts a thing? Oh yeah, short skirts. Like, dude, I want these. I have a pair of these guys, but my ass is too big at the moment, and I need to work out. I'm so 90s. Shorts. There. Dude, I'm so badass. I'm so bad. What are these? Oh, those are like full-on outfits. Guys,
shut the hell up, bitch.
What did I do? Skirt so we can look up. And Converse. Guys, I need Converse. Shout out to my Converse wearing things. Oh my god, I hope. Have you heard about the human jortipede? What's the human jortipede? Oh, same, Chewy. Absolutely for me. Crocs. I do like the emo boots though. Can we just say, like, I wonder if I would wear them well. All right. What's my formal outfit? What is that? We'll just go really quickly. What would I wear as a formal outfit? Probably a nice dress. I actually have one. I would wear this. No questions. If you're taking me on a date, I'm in this. I'm in this. Veraldres, how are you? I wonder if I have a dress. Oh my god, now that is hot. Now that is hot. What do you mean? I'm ghosting you ASAP? Because I'm not gonna get to this fun. And the hat. Exactly. What is this? Oh, that's kind of badass. I don't have a... Guys, I have a dress IRL. I have a dress... No, I cannot. I cannot. Move! That's the look? My formal look. You guys are okay with this being my... Shouldn't I do that as like my workout or my nighttime? The workout, the nighttime outfit, the onesie stays on during sex. Yes, Berlin, I'm excited to work out in suit. And that daily, oh my god. Hope you're really milking this cow thing. You guys are... I don't know. What am I gonna do? This is a dress I have IRL, but it's all black. Yeah, this is the new Sims. This is the new Sims. And it's so good. I have a black one exactly like this. That's a huge sundress. Is this a sundress? Oh, not this, sorry, the other one. Workout fit. Oh, what would Drinwin like me in? If I was working out, what would Drinwin like me in? The Among Us outfit? Stop. Hilk! You guys are wild. You guys are wild is all I'm gonna say. I actually love jumpsuits. I think jumpsuits need to make a reappearance. I genuinely think jumpsuits need to make a reappearance. What is this? I gave the cow, guys, I promise. I promise I put the cow in. But I think when we work out, friends, I think we take off the hat for formal and we let the hair go, or we put something nice on, not the horse. Not the horse, guys. When we work out, the hat can also come off too, because we need our hair to breathe, you know? We need our hair to breathe, the horse. And then I need next to nothing, guys. I need next to... We actually work out in a magical schoolgirl outfit. Wait, we actually work out in a magical school... W, guys, or L? I don't know, but I love it. W or L? Should I work out in a magical schoolgirl outfit? W? Okay. Distracted class with that work outfit? You know me. You know me. That's the spot. Workout as bread? That is so funny. Is that bread and jam as the top? Yeah, that is bread and jam as the top, I promise you. Okay, let's get to the exciting part. Let's get to the exciting part, guys. Brain time. What is this again? Okay, what's my physique, guys? Below average, probably. What's my mind, guys? Am I smart or am I... Guys, put my points for me. I have 5 points left. If I put one of each to get me going. I still haven't graduated to sexy, so I better. I'll be nice and not come. Guys, a little creativity, right? Like, I'm a little bit creative. I've got a little bit of charm too. Right? Creativity, charisma. Charisma's a 3W. Okay, how's that? Does that look good? What's my vibe, guys? What's my vibe? Am I overjoyed, gloomy, energetic, serious, or jester? They thrive when they are most happy. They thrive the most when they are sad. They thrive the most so they can use this extra energy. They thrive the most when they are achieving great things. They jester easily. Energetic. Show it to chat. Okay, give me a second. It matches your name so well. I'm getting more jester, guys. Social perks, guys. Am I good at being alone? Am I good at making friends? Am I good at taking care of others? Am I good at romantic relationships? Or am I good at cooperating? They can relieve other parents' needs and bad emotions. I think I'm this one. I think I'm mom energy, guys. I think I'm good at making friends too. But I think good at being a slut. Making friends is ISO. Girl, I fail at all. No, you can't. So my bae can carry me under his arm now. Apparently I'm luggage. That's adorable. Making friends. I wish I could do. Oh wait, is there more? Oh shit, guys. I think I tie break this. Maybe I'll take care of others. Talent. What's my talent? Am I a jack of all trades? Do I have special talent when playing music? They get happy when they exercise and their hygiene drains slower. They start off knowing more recipes, technology. They have abilities linked to computer output. Art? I don't really draw though. Good at nothing. Their skills progress slowly, they fail at tasks more often, and they get sick easily. I think I'm either food. Wait, what is this? When playing music, I like music. I'm like art. I'm not music video performance. It is, but like this particular talent via visual art. That's the only thing is that it's food. You said food is, I mean, pair of folks with this talents love eating and cooking, and they know I honestly think I'm cooking or jack of all trades. Something for, or honestly good at nothing. Oh shit. Where's the getting high talent? Jack off. Your screen is smaller than my thumb. Oh my god, jack off all trades. Guys, I might do just jack of all trades because I don't think I'm personally particularly good at many things, but I'm not a vegetarian. I do agree with food though. Sleeping habits. It's kind of normal for me. Cleaning habits. I'm good at cleaning spaces outside of my bedroom. I'll put it that way. If I was to ever bring someone in, I would probably clean before you came into my room. What do you mean? Do you think I'm sloppy? You think I don't? Where's the fucked up one? That's true. Maybe they'll mod it. Yeah, it's different. It's sloppy. It's the Vativa is different. It started like that. Sloppy toppies. I feel like it could still be a little messy though. But I clean up after myself. I'm gonna do normal because I clean up after myself. All right, GG's. We can, guys. I want to know how long I've been in the character creator. Oh, HopeDreams, I guess. I don't know. Maybe an hour? Oh my god. Randomize to reset everything. Here we go. This is your para's emotions. Click on one to decide how your para will react to it. Depending on their emotions at any given time, purpose can pick new wants. Oh, we have new wants. Okay, so eat a snack. Active wants are listed here. They reset when going to sleep. Okay. Select all your para folks and the trainer conductor. That she lives in a slip and slide? That's actually so real. When you're together, bar fills up. Pick a conversation topic. Okay. Joke about the train breaking down. Comment on train maintenance. Ask if everyone is enjoying... You know, ask if everybody's enjoying the ride. Take care of your para's needs or else they might get upset. Click on the food and eat it. In a sec, Maxwell. What you doing with the connector? I don't know. Would you do the... Is your life a train wreck? Oh, guys! Pick a storyteller. They affect the gameplay parameters and difficulty. Ricardo Castello, a storyteller that will bring more challenges in your para folks' lives. A storyteller provides a fair and balanced gameplay experience. A storyteller that will protect your para folks from life's lowest lows and make for a less challenging gameplay experience. How come no one told me, right? Duration of life stages, minutes per real life seconds. Trimester, labor, chance to have twins. Starting funds. That's kind of cool though in a way, cause like I think if you could actually age the other people with you as well, which is kind of interesting. Does he have age? Lizard. You can kind of let everyone age together in a way. That's neat. I think that's freaking cool. I want a fair and balance. I'd say fair and balanced, but I want the dog. If I could like take her shit and move it to the dog, I think that would be cool, right? But like, I want duration. Wait, I mean, a duration of life stage is normal. 21-2. Wait, it might be relatively the same. 10. Automatically use the toilet at work. So he gives you $5,000 more dollars. Duration normal 666. I'll drop this to 20. Oh wait, how much is her chance? Oh, it's 50. Wait, we might be able to still do the dog guys. We can still do the dog. Oh wait, no, 10. Take the puppy. Oh, okay. Portrait Stella. Oh, you could change them. Okay, let's select storyteller. It seems there's an issue with the train. Is anyone here a mechanic? Offer assistance. Novi, we love Novi. I was the mechanic. No cap. Wait, is that real, ISO? Is that real? Right? It looks so pretty. Oh, purchase a house. We can purchase a house, guys, or we can start on flat land. Should we design our own home or should we just buy a house? $644. I could live in an apartment. You want me to design a house? Wait, I might be bad at it though. I might be bad. I guess we could kind of see what it's like. Next to a train though, I don't think so. A house on the hill? Like nobody would ever get to me. Who cares? Look at that small ass plot. There's like a small ass plot right here. Man, I don't know where to start. Guys, what looks like a W plot? Next to the train is kind of L, right? Or is it not? Is it not L? Here looks kind of cute. Who lives here? I could live here, but I'm also afraid that I'm gonna be shown up by these people. We have a well though. Wait, that's kind of cute. I live next to the train tracks. On a hill might be kind of wild to live on. We could live on a house like here, like a nice little. I mean, this looks like a family house area, but we could live next to people if we want. It'll make my like para person less lonely. The dark bar said it to you. How much is this? Wait, we have $35,000, guys. 3,000 can be for the property here. Do I like it here? Let's okay, I'm torn. Guys, one or two. You want the waterfront? Oh fuck, to be fair, the waterfront, I'm right next to the beach. I didn't even think about that. Beach life, guys. W. Okay, find a job, place a decorative item in your home. But we have to build ourselves. We have to build a home. I don't even know how to build homes in this. I love your house so rustic. I love the Cyrus. Bites you, Cyrus. Bites you. Okay, first of all, how do I remove things? Because certain things need to remove. Like this needs to go. I'll put trees in after. But I do, speaking of open concept. Gnome Chimkin, put down a shipping container is great. It's a house to sleep on the ground. You guys are wild. You guys are absolutely wild. Okay, I think we start with the queue. I wonder if we can actually look at that pathway, guys. We can actually enjoy the beach. So I think in this case, we kind of want to work backside to front side. Agree or disagree? You can disagree if you want. I can start on the front, but I think we make our little backyard. I think we make our little backyard. Steven, I like working. Steven, put a hole in the ground. I'm about to. Hi, Steven, how are you? But in fact, actually, what's the undo button? Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the raid. Did you have fun? I enjoyed waking up to your stream. I had like a little comfy vibe. Guys, follow Steven, please. Please follow Steven. Hi, Kujo. The door of darkness is closed on our stream to open the door of blame Ant. I'm just very tired. Is it resty time for you? Were you working too hard or hardly working? Do we like these fence or is this a gate? That looks like a cute fence. Like it's stylized. Hold on, there's bushes in the way. Again, I promise I'm gonna put nice floral stuff. Why is that grass so long? Can I cut it? God, don't sleep. Oh my God, get some rest now. Is it coming together? It's kind of coming together. Oh. Oh, that's how you put. I forgot they have a grass tool, guys. I'm gonna shorten this shit really quickly. We'll make it pretty though, I promise. But look at that. They have it's a landscaping tool, guys, which is kind of neat. It's coming to kick my yeah, be right back. No, you're fine. Friends, check out Steven, please, if you get a chance to. Very chill streamer. Rachel streamer. I hate waiting. I looked at it, but I kind of don't want to show it. Because we've had this discussion before. I'm bringing it to the not sharing. Good thing. That's fine, Cyrus, because I'm a glamper. I'm a glamper. You will never catch me camping in a tent. I could not. I'll be in. Kutro, hi, Lovey. How are you? I'll be in my safe little comfy trailer. Exactly. I'm a glamper, not a camper. Which honestly, same. Don't. Yeah. I'll text you later about it. Sly. I've been waiting so long for this game to come out. Is that good backyard size? They still want enough room for the house, right? I think that's like decent, and then it kind of closes in, and then we'll build the stairs into the... I'm worried that's not enough backyard size, but I want a big house, guys. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. Maybe one more, okay? Pops your tires, I will shit myself. Aura, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, pets you, Maxwell. Hope, greedy little bottom. Whoa, wait, there was nothing about it. There was nothing, wait, did I say I was a bottom? Sly, what is that eyes? The real millennial dream is owning land. Stop. That's I genuinely would kill to own a house. I know rental is kind of easier. Actually, you know what? We cut a little bit of it. How do I... Is this it? No, I just want to cut a little bit. I just want to... I think because we want a decent balcony size too, right? So I think it should start enclosing there. And then... There, that's a decent backyard. You did when you picked gets impregnated. Do you have enough money? I don't have enough money IRL, but do I have enough money in this game? Yeah, to own land, yeah. Let's grab the landscape tool really quickly and just flatten everything. Can I make this big? Because we're gonna flatten everything and then build upon it, okay? I do like the easy flower. Oh, you can make it easy trash with terrain painting. The terrain painting tool is kind of cool. It's kind of cool though. Callie, I love you. I've been doing I own a house, and that's why I'm broke. But when you pay it off, you just gotta now you just need to find a way to make a shit ton of money. How do I make walls now? Oh, is this the wall tool? Full wall. Okay. Where does the house start? Should it start like right here? I should build, I think the house should start actually. I wish I could square this off a little bit better. Maybe there? Now, this land is kind of bothering me because it's crooked. Excited for karaoke? No, because I don't do karaoke. I don't like singing. I'm very self-conscious. Once it's free, you could rent it out. Rent it out with someone you trust, though. Like, Roxy, you're not allowed to be here. I don't know what to sing. I'm so self-conscious. When is it's like Friday or next week or something? Blah. Deflates and farts. Reset my sanity. Are you doing okay, Roxy? Do you need a hug? Are you hanging in there? House starts here. House ends here. Balcony, lengthwise balcony. No, actually, house. Too much caffeine. Oh my god. You want to rent it? Yeah, I'd rent it. Sharp, now you're rating me? Is that allowed? The round mile show has ended. The stage is yours. Aww. Hi, how are you? Wait, I wanna... What's the easy destroy? Hi, Sharp friends. Check out Sharp. They're really cool. How was Wolfenstein? I only got a chance to watch you play a little bit. No, wait. There. Okay, kitty, you get us cheeseburger. Meow. With an extra open floor, I'm gonna eat you, Shoxy. Roxy, I figured out my problem that I had when you were helping me. I didn't have OSC turned on. I didn't know that had to be turned on. Rose Eclipse as a millennial that recently lost land. The dream to own is real and the goal to reach again. Yeah. Bless Tech. I love it. Bro was like, did you turn this thing on? And I was like, that's supposed to be on. And they laughed at me. They laughed at me. I'm joking. They're not like that, but it's like lemon meringue test. You taste like lemon meringue pie? Stop. I'm so hungry. Hi, Leon. How are you? Hey, Leon, I need to commission you. You did art that I really like and I want it for myself. You have like a fully rendered art piece of you like toking a joint, and I'm absolutely in love with that. Hope you should eat before stream. I do. I promise I eat breakfast. Rose Eclipse, one day we'll be there. One day we'll be able to own land. I also need to... No, that's okay. Oh my god, yeah, take care of your chores. I miss cleaning my bedroom. So I gotta do that eventually. But yo, take care. I hope you have a beautiful day. Sharp, good luck. I failed to see how anything cannot be turned on in your What does that mean? Asville, hi. How are you? It was on your VGen. It was on your VGen. Wait, guys, W house plan. This is kind of W. This is gonna be the balcony. I think the balcony will start at about like here. I don't know what to turn this into. I might make more of this into house property. Or I might leave it to outside property. I'm really good at planning the outside. Hi, Venmar, how are you? I only have dates with my bae. He knows I don't go anywhere anymore. That's fair. Although I have this out, well, I might actually just decorate this with like plants and shit, like going along the side, and this too going along the side. The whole swarming ranger. Lizard. What do you guys do with backyards? Can I be real? Lizard. What do you... No, I'm gonna put a door, I promise. We can look at it later, but I actually don't know. I mean, I guess I could, you know what? Actually, I figured it out. Guys, what the fuck? Ew, I have a hive on my arm. Like one singular hive. What did I do? That's a... No, but it looks like a hive. Are you sure? A pimple can't be on my arm like that. That's white and bulbous. I'm gonna make you bulbous, Roxy. All right, let's get a door. Komiko door, the Cloud College entrance gate. I found the perfect door. Chani, absolutely.
Now the main problem area is up.
What do you mean?
All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort. It's a new nipple forming. At least the Toilet Mafia isn't. Oh my god. I kind of miss the Toilet Mafia. I do love how you could switch. A gate to the outside? That's crazy. I don't know what's a good backyard door, guys. Like, no, that's kind of mid. Everyone does look good. It sounds like we're VR Mafia. Oh my god, you're right. Don't miss them. This don't have to be down true. French doors? Where? Oh, that's the like the double doors, right? I don't know if we have French doors. I like this. French doors outside. Delta. All right, W. We have now 2 doors, guys. Okay, now y'all gotta help me. Use the I'm gonna use you in a second here, Shoxy. I'm joking. Did we buy them? Oh my god, patchwork. Okay, okay. Actually, I low-key, while I have these doors up, I low-key think a nice round... No? This must be placed on a wall. Okay, we'll figure it. We'll add the walls here later in a second. Above ground pool. Knock, knock! Who's there? Okay, help me plan this out. What do we need? What do we need, guys? On the ground level? Do we have an upstairs? Yes or no? First of all. And if so, were we below ground pools? Or I love below ground pools. Shit, man. Where's the living room? Have 4 floors? Jesus. Kitchen, dining room, living room. Should the kitchen be on the left here, guys? Should we start just building the kitchen? Oh my god, it's literally Shoxy's furniture everywhere. Attractive, sexy, and also working it off your story of needing to turn something. That's Theranos, I love it. I think it's sweet. 5 bathrooms? Stop. If we talk about bathroom more, I'm gonna need to pee. Quaichi? Fridge without an E. No, I need a, please don't actually. I need a pee.
Bibbity, Oti, Kitchi, Bolichi. Something for sink. Why doesn't this snap? What does that look funny? Does that look funny to you guys? I forgot you could stretch counters space out. Wait. In this, they allow for furniture stretching, so you can make the furniture work for you guys. Any sink pissers? Do you stay hydrated though? I will. I'll hydrate. I got water. And don't put the fridge against the wall. Is that enough space? A little bit of space? Wall fridge looks annoying. Where are your fridges? My fridge is against the wall. Girl, the door has to open. My fridge is... Okay. It does open, doesn't it? What? Okay, whatever. You guys are right. Fuck you guys. All of you. Fuck you. Okay. Okay. Cabinet here. And then fridge here. Does that make it a little bit better? Or should we give space? Should we do, wait, let me cook. Make it a little bit of a wider cabinet. Put that there. How do we get a stove in here? We're gonna need another cabinet though. Like another counter, I should say. How do I rotate this? That's the good. Okay. Well, actually, I put my fridge in the center of the kitchen for optimal access of all time. Okay, wait. Appliances, fridge, ranges. Let me see what we have to work. You actually moved at the last second. You stop. It's snapping weirdly to this wall. It's unsure if it likes this wall. Unless that's the game telling me to like not put. Can I be? There, whatever, it works. So we need a stove. What else would you have? A Mita drop-in sink? Does that not look the rusty sink of endless drip? That sink looks so awful. Check that shit out. Does that not look W? Is the sink too close to the oven, guys? You have an air fryer? Oh, 3 tabletop burners. Ooh, meow. Okay, yes, too close. Okay. I can't believe my entire chat's building my... There. Now we have a prep counter. Prep count. Sorry, I'm talking way too loud, guys. Prep counter. Prep counter. Flow and function. No air fryer. That's what I'm trying to think about. What is this? Dippo? These are tins, guys. These are tins. Oh, these are like when we get into really decorating shit. Guys, I think, imagine trying to get to the fridge while someone is doing dishes. Is that better? You guys are crazy. Induction cookers. Ooh. I think that made it worse. The fridge opens okay. I'm the only one living here. How much money do we have? Wait. We have 25,000. Is there ooh. Guys, do you like open concept kitchens? Can you do a corner counter? Studio? That's fair, that's fair. Wait, I have an idea. Okay, let me cook for 2 seconds. I have a crazy idea. And I actually might just work. It actually just might work. 1. I can kind of do a kitchen. A corner counter. Hold on. Like this? In a way. Okay, where's the... Oh, fuck! Undo. Just check, sir. Watch. Just check, sir. Just wait. Undo last section. Undo. Move this. Watch. Move this to right here. So now we have like a little bit of space separating the kitchen. It's still gonna be open concept, but now we have like an island. Thank you, exactly. But now we have... Yeah. And then wait for it. I actually had this in my own house, guys. Back in my house when I was living with my brother. We had shit. We had a washer here. But like it was obviously covered under like... Oh, that looks ugly though, because then you see the behind of the washer, right? Hi, aspiring noodle. Hi. You're self-defecating. Wait. Like kind of, but not really. Like it's not, it doesn't look good.
We remember we can only cook so long. This is early access. Maybe we can ask them. I'll just put it here. It's okay. But we made ourselves an island. And I think we should be proud of that. I think y'all should be proud of my island. What do you think about it? Is it a W island or L island? Leon, what? Yippee! You don't gotta sub to me. You're so sweet. What the? Thank you so much, sweetie. I want to love on you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are the piece of meat I wish I didn't need. But I wanna thank you, you're so sweet. Okay, shit. Oh my god, it's been 2 hours, guys. Guys, let's speedrun this. I don't even know how this game plays. Eats your bay. Okay, speedrun the rest. Dining room? Guys, dining room, what's a good table? Modino? Bikimo? How do you have tables to eat? Ain't nobody eating on this shit. Or are they? Let's do a lengthwise table. Standard lengthwise table. Nothing, you know, nothing like crazy. Hi, Ty. How are you? My name is Ty Moko. Hi, Ty Moko. It's nice to meet you. New friend, new friend. And I'm a tiny boy. Yeah, you are a giantess girl. Am I? Am I giant? He's like, oh, that's Sarah Berlin. Hi, Wolf from Hyrule. Wolfie. Chairs. I don't know what's a W chair to sit in. What would you like to sit in when you're coming to eat? Like this? If I was to have guests over, boom. Yeah? On a street bench, of course. Hope is exactly 3 uppies tall. Kara. You're so funny. Okay, and then living room will be here. Oh, where's the bathroom going, guys? Where's the bathroom going? I didn't even think about a bathroom. Where should the bathroom be? Should it be this little area here behind the kitchen? Should it be on the other side? A bucket in the corner, guys. But this is the living room. Is that okay? Because you are a slut, but 2 toilets facing each. Oh my god. Opposite of the living room? Okay. I think it's okay if the living room is like here.
You get a nice little cozy entrance, welcome people here. Yeah, we'll have 2 bathrooms. I think 2 bathrooms is W. Let's build the living room first because like I'm all about the living room life. Let's be real. What's this? Kids room? Bedroom? Living room, couch. Where's the TV going, guys? Where's the TV going for maximum gaming? Sly, you should it go against this wall? Guys, 1 in the chat if it should go against this wall. 2 in the chat if it should go against this wall. 3 in the chat if it should go against this wall. Because it's going to be on the opposite side. 2? Like right here? Hi, Calfee. I love you so much. Thank you for the lurkies. Right here. Probably. I could put it right here and actually stretch it. Because remember, we can make shit work for us, not the other way around. Check saw. Oh, I need to see the biggest TV known to man. Oh! A wall TV, guys? Have you guys ever had a wall TV before? That stretches. Can we stretch it? Please let me stretch. It actually doesn't stretch. Oh, never mind. W. Oh, that's such a good TV. Are you guys coming over to game on my TV? Yes or no? Right, already directly before the plaster. Oh, I forgot. Was I supposed to plaster the walls? Oh no. Oh, we're cooked. Where was the plastering option? Oh my god, it was right here. Oh. Ugh, wallpaper is usually so gross, guys. Do you guys like wallpaper? Does anybody have any actually cool wallpaper? I'm sure let's hear. Yeah, I think so. I think we're okay. For just plain drywall. Oh my god, call it my humor, because it's as dry as my walls right now. Wall paneling is kind of cute. No, this is kind of cute. I like pink though. Guys, let's just do very quick. Very quick, we'll come to some actual wallpapering later. But like how, I wish it wasn't like all the way. What is? Oh, that does the full house. I just wish it wasn't all the way. I think I needed to have like, I think I needed to genuinely like, there's no edit button, you know? It's my fault mainly. It's partially my fault because like I should have like separated them. Let's just do very quick, because I kind of want to experience the game, guys. I don't know. No, it's okay, whatever. If it's placed in what? Yeah, that seems like an oversight. It might be. I might just not like understand how it works as well either. I'm gonna smoke this joint. Oh my god, smoke it real good. Ah, push it. Push it good. Push it. Push it real good. Yeah. Carpet in the kitchen would be crazy. I guess a hardwood for now, whatever. Come on, boys, let's go show the. What? Guys, who's sitting on this couch with me? The tiger couch? What is this? The cactus? There's a cactus couch, guys. I don't know why, Marissa. Okies, hi! The cat's couch. I mean, couch. W. The Racky Tacky Creamy Egg Seed? That's so funny. I always wanted one of these, guys. I'd sit on the Chewy. Would you? You look comfy. Insanity. I think it's got the. Oh my god. What are you singing? Early access. These are purely decorative. Oh. Are those ottomans? Oh, I very much these style. Guys, we're building my dream home right now. A Rubik's Cube? What is that? As a shelf? As a side table? Alright. You know what? Fuck it. I'm down. Same with the dice. You survived the duck? I didn't even see the duck. That's so funny. Zephyr, how was your convention? Guys, we need a bookshelf because if there's anything like The Sims, we gotta study. Wait, I need another wall. Is that too small of a bathroom? Let's check. What can we put in a bathroom? Toilets?
much. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for 2 months. How are you, sweetie? Don't just that's way too. What do you mean that's way too big for a bathroom? I'm doing good. That has to be a decent size. Your dress is lovely, ma'am. Thank you. How is workies? Oh, guys, you're making me hungry. Where's the floors again? Don't remember where we put the floors? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's for dinner? It's not dinner time yet, but I'm going to make some chicken wraps. Jacuzzi size bathroom? Am I high for wanting this size as a bathroom? That's 3 squares. Can I have some? Yeah. It's nice. You're nice. I want the throne toilet, but I think we're at $12,000. I'm getting scared. So I think we have to behave ourselves a little bit. Maybe it is too big, guys. No, it's not too big when I can have this style of shower. Wait, where's the door to the shower? Oh. Check saw. Check fucking saw, guys. And also a royal bathtub too. I think I might put the sink actually over here. To upgrade later, Chimkin. I don't know, where should the sink go? Actually, we make a bigger sink. You like put it here? Oh wait. Can I stretch you? I don't think I can stretch the sink. I want burger. You can't be scared. Up my butt? I'm sorry. Quebec slang. Can I stretch you? Qu'est-ce que in the fuck de Saint Moufette is that? As the French would say. Wow, Shoxy! Shreds your asshole. A cheeky little door? A cheeky little door to get in? Interior crocodile alligator. A secret bookcase door into the bathroom goes hard. No, not the cheese grater. You know what? I could stand to shorten the walls. Like can I move them? No way you could auto move them like that. That's so fucking dope. Sorry for the swearing, friends. I don't think I forgot anything in the bathroom. Then in the living room, we need the bookcase. Because if it's anything like The Sims, we're gonna need storage. That's where you study from, right? And level up.
Need on you if you weren't a furry before you are go piss. Girl, how do you remember I need to pee? Oh, fuck. I forgot. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. These are shelves? I didn't see. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I'm the only one living here currently. So if you're shitting in my bathroom, go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself. Snaking shelf. I love it, Kajin. Wall shelves. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't think I need a dresser or a wardrobe down here. A dinosaur. Your wife came home. W wife. W wife. What, is this his decor? Okay. Computers. Audio. Wait, audio? Player. What is this? Power? Do I need an electrical box, guys? Guys, where are your electrical boxes IRL? I cast Thunderloop now! Outside the house, meters outside, so meter man don't go in your house. Big hard carry, thick as fuck, and is better at games than me. Oh, we don't have a garage or a basement. I don't have a car. Wait, you're actually right about that. We don't have a garage. It's okay. I don't need to worry about it because I don't even think this car's in here, guys. You are right though. But watch, wait, we'll have a basement. This will be actually, you know what? This gets moved, okay? Because you brought up a good effing point. Sorry for swearing. I don't know what to put. I actually don't know what to put in here. I was thinking maybe stairs here. Or should I put maybe I should put the stairs here actually. Hold on, bookcase, you stay. And then we have the stairs going up. I think it's in a swear word. You can teleport to places nobody knew. How do we go up now? Stairs. Okay, cheap ass stairs because I'm actually afraid. Of going over budget. Now I could go up a level. Oh my god, look at that, guys! W! Master bedroom over here. Maybe. Wall? No. No. And shit. Master bedroom? Like that, right? Is that good size? Would you sleep? For the masturbator true, would you guys sleep in here?
And then hallway is fine. This is hallway. Open space. Open space, guys. And then office maybe to come over here. Wait, can I do an overhead? Oh my god. Say it ain't so. I can do an overhead. Yeah, it's so good though. Oh my god, I'm gonna cut. You gotta fit a dungeon? Oh yeah, basement. Building is so done well. You could stretch objects or make objects smaller if you really wanted something. It's actually so good. It's really well done. Okay. Okay, we have little money left, so let's make sure we get our bedroom done and our computer room. That's the two main rooms I want to focus on. I forgot I needed to pee. Somebody who, oh my god, we could get a helicopter. Oh, I'm spoiled. I want the best bed ever. In the arms of a great, I have a coffin bed. I want a Cthulhu bed, guys. I'm sorry, but like Cthulhu bed real. Oh my god, that was 2,800. I gotta stop. I gotta stop being like. It's a bunch of indie developers, or like indie developers made this game, and it's really good. Redeem pee break. Just Zoe, I miss you. So how is life, Zoe? Wait, first tell me how is life. I want a walk-in closet. I'll build my walk-in closet later. Let's get enough, like, let's just get enough money first, because I deserve a walk-in closet. Is that real, guys? Does that, you still gotta paint the walls? I don't think so. I don't think it costs money. Doors cost money. Oh my god, wait, I need office desks. I don't need a, what's the best computer? I absolutely need the $1,500 one. I'm being so real with you. I need the $1,500 one. Fuck, I'm so broke, guys. And the gaming chair. Oh, hi. Life has its ups and downs. Oh, Zoe, I want to squash you. I guess I don't need the Cthulhu. I know, right, Doge? I love the Cthulhu bed, though. I'll downgrade dresser. Let me downgrade dresser, because that was like $800, guys. Alt locker. Just an economy dresser. We got the economy dresser, guys. I don't like how the door is actually centered with the bed. I hate when doors are centered with the bed.
Hot take, I know. Why did I think development of this game was canceled? If I think of a new or different, I'm not sure actually. But no, this game is real and happy and everything. Mattress on the floor. Mattress on the floor. Oh my god. I'll just speed run this part. Oh, ew, I have to paint my outside, but we have majority of what I want. My browsers, I need to restart. You shouldn't have the door flush against the wall. I'm gonna lose my mind. How do I? Oh my god, look what you made me do. Stop! Okay. Can I help paint your insides? Best pickup line of the day. Pickup line of the day. Wall masonry. I don't know. What is that? What does this person have? This person has bricks on the outside, like this. Oh, it looks kind of ugly. But I want to actually I want to see what the gameplay is all about. But we have now successfully completed a house. It's gonna get improvements. Do I not have a roof? Chat, I might not have a roof. Oh no. Hey. Oh, okay. The warehouse, it's all square. Dude, I wonder if I could just stretch it. Can I just stretch it? Oh my god, it's gonna look so... Be honest, it's not the worst. It might be the worst thing you've seen. It might be the worst thing you've seen. It's so bad. Better than my first. No, don't say that. Wait, okay, wait, hold on. Let's brainstorm, guys. Oh my god, the roofs cost money, guys. Was it perfect cube? I probably made a perfect cube before. I'm gonna be so real, guys. What do you mean? W roof, am I right? Oh, Life by You, that's the one that got canceled? Chewy, the smile says it all. I think we do like this. I wish you would raise me up, Sly. It's the Breaking Bad pizza. Oh my god, it is. Little overhang, because we all like a little overhang, right?
My belly has a little bit of overhang. That's what I was thinking in the backyard. God, the bricks actually look so bad. I gotta paint it like this cute little house. We're gonna repaint the thing. I was making that joke. I beat you. Man, I don't know. Fuck roofs. Fuck roofs, guys. I've never done roofing in my life before. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's just awful. Guys, don't laugh, just deal with it, okay? Don't look. Don't look. Alex! Hi, Alex, thank you for months and 70 months. That's almost a year. What is a dormer? What public school are you building? No, I'm changing the walls. I'm changing the walls. I promise. I'm changing them. I'll have to add windows. Wait. Just trust the process. I want to get that. Like, what did bro use for that? Like wall stones. Or bricks, or a brick, this. Oh, it looks so ugly. Is this the DMD? I'm definitely a government owned. I'll put windows. Wait, I might be too broke. It's in Ray High. Wait. Look. Oh my god, windows cost actual. Guys, I'm too broke for windows. Where's the circle window? Oh my god. I think I might be too motherfuckers in Victoria, England. In the back where no one look. Guys, I have $500 left. Let's just be. Wait, okay, wait. I gotta pee. I've been trying to pee for like maybe an hour now. You should try. Oh my god, that's so funny, little pee. Yeah, go pee. I'll let you guys admire my character. Be right back.
Hope Twiggly.
Alright, I'm back. I might be too. What do you mean? I didn't ignore you. What do you? Oh, little pee-pee. No, you can't sub while I'm in the bathroom. Hold on. I need a lighter shirt. Hot. Too warm. Never mind, I'll go shirtless. Sub in the bathroom for me? 17 months? That's almost a year. Okay, guys, if you're just turning in now, or if you've somehow managed to stick around my stream this long, we're finally here for the gameplay. We finally made it to the gameplay. Cook a meal, find a job, place a decorative item in your home. Fuck. Pause. Wait, you're playing a game? I am. What do you mean? I need a decorative item. Oh, okay, sorry, hold on. Oh, God. What would you consider a decorative item? Decor? A plant. A little cute ducky dude. Right in the middle there. Shirtless Hope, yes. I'm on net. First time kettle. Oh my God. I forgot like a microwave or anything in there. Okay, no, it's okay. We have to find a job, guys. How would one find a job? Thank God my sim doesn't wander and do like, and we have to cook a meal. Snack. Wait, cook. A frozen ham pizza. Start cooking, bitch. Flirt with Robert. What is all of these? Oh, those are my goals. Let me know when you figure it out. Oh wow, that kitchen is fire. I sure hope it doesn't catch. Hi Kamu. How are you? Weary smile. Oh, hugs. This is called Paralives, an indie developer. Hope is now level 2. Angry. Random effect. Why am I angry? This is called Paralives. It's from some indie devs and they wanted to make a Sims-like game. Of course, she levels up in the kitchen! The wall is fucking gross! Girly, go sit and eat!
Nate, who you love, Nate, who you love,
Yui! Oh my God, hi Yui! How are you? Are you eating it with the crust first? Fuck. Hi, Yui. Oh my God, 2 months? That's almost a year, Yui. Did you know that? Thank you so much. Eat that shit. And then when you're done eating, why am I angry? W, are you to clean up after yourself or do I have to tell you how to clean up? Is the dishwasher backwards? No, it opens. I have 2 dishwashers? Oh no!
I'm excited Nanakwai is doing a special drawing of somebody.
Oh, that's exciting! I hope thank you for the bits. First of all, you don't gotta. Okay, hold on. You can get rid of me? No, don't say that. There. I have $1,000 more. Are you waiting for the dishwasher to be done? I guess so. I don't know. You have 3 dish. Oh my God, I don't count. Okay, throw away food? No, is there not a store? Where's the... Why would I ever throw away the phone? Oh my god, Shoxy, get some rest, boo. I love you. Take it easy. We gotta find ourselves a job, but I'm gonna let my girl play some video games because she needs to have fun. That's maybe why she's angry, guys. Let it cool. Okay. Wait, what is this? The newspaper. Did you accept list? Oh, is this a... And shares a list of activities. The Astronomy Club will observe a rare space phenomena. Join them tonight at the mountain park. Tonight, I'll see you guys at the park, guys. We have to remember to go there. We have some time to kill, though. Okay, let's go find a job. Honestly, what kind of job do you think I'd be good at, guys? Find a job. What do you guys think I would be good at? A streamer? Okay. Mr. John, hi. Home home contractor is crazy. Please let them be dudes talking. I don't think it's law enforcement. I would suck. I would suck as law enforcement. I'm so broke, Doge. Okay, software develop. Look, there's different guys. Okay, there's different. There's different things. I could be an engine programmer, which I am not smart at all. Art. I could be a receptionist at a museum/library. Choo choo. Fitness right here. Fitness in this I do service. I can work this. Oh, the service industry is so successful. Music, bro. Music would be sick. Was that easy? Same. Don't do well. If not an officer, then a foot streamer. Education. I could be a teacher. I'm not qualified for management. Maintenance. A janitor at an elementary school. Some of the janitors actually get paid decent. I do pose. FU reality, same. Healthcare nurse. Healthcare is kind of cute, but I'm not really a nurse. Science. I'm not. This would be searing though. Food. I could be a cook. Do music. I think I should do. Yeah, I think I should do music or art. Music sounds cool. Because it's live, right? Get something that matches your special skills.
Lizard.
Oh, Kelpie, thank you. I don't think I could survive the hours. Be the cool janitor that smokes weed. I should. I wish there was I honestly wish there was crime in this. Like a crime one. Or like Scales, I love you. Or just like a self-employment. I wonder if they will put in self-employment. A store clerk from the at the plant shop looks cute. Let's try music. You know what? A job freelancing. Yeah, exactly. Street. I'm actually changing my Discord set. That sounds so funny, Pose. I will try to get one. Job streamer. There's no streamer. There's no gaming. It looks like between art and music, I don't know what you could do as an artist. Like a UI artist? I'm curious to see what the art jobs would have. Let's try musical therapist. I think, guys, 1 in the chat for art, 2 in the chat for music. What should we go for? Little Peepee, I know voted music. 2? I guess so. Okay, I get it. 3 in the chat if you're bricked up, 4 in the chat if you don't understand the question, 5 in the chat if you like turtles. Turn you down for AI. True. Okay, you're right.
I had 5. All right, we can choose our schedule, guys. What's our schedule? Is this... Okay, so it's a 24-hour clock. Should we do noon till 5 p.m.? That sounds like a good schedule, right? Noon to 5 p.m.? Why not thigh jobs? We love thigh jobs. I don't even know what this game is. Just think of The Sims. I wish jobs were at this rate, right? And then... Oh, what's my schedule? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday? Let's get it all done. Wait, 4 shifts? We could either choose 3 shifts or 4 shifts. I'm in the business of making money. I think 4 days a week, make that bag. I think so. And then we have our weekend off. Donato, hi. You're probably gonna ban me for this, but oh my god, you've never played The Sims? That's okay. No, you're fine. Hope got the job. Work starts next Tuesday. That's tomorrow. Select Hope and open up goals menu. Select Hope and open up goals menu. Oh, 10 XP. Discover the town. Make a donation to the museum. Make a donation to the community center. Buy something at the shop. Become acquainted with 3 paras. Collect 5 gems. All right, what are we doing? Why am I pissed? Why am I pissed? Food, technology, music, thoughts? What is this? Oh, sorry. What were you gonna do? Girl needs a 420. Pissed off about having a job. What are you not press? It's from the job. Oh, cause I need to make someone feel silly. Let's go out into the town, guys. Let's go out in the town. What do you think the town has to... How do I even... What is this? Who's this sim? Hello? Let's talk. Tara's a young adult. No, I know Scales. I know Scales. Are you an adult? Young adult? It's everybody... I'm so old in this town. Beaty Goofy. Young adult? Guys, I'm so old. I'm so old. Oh. Hope I have terrible news. You're just old. No. Oh. Jester, introduce yourself in a funny manner. Hey. I'm that streamer on the internet. Was Benjamin Franklin like IRL? Actually, I'm not gonna lie. This game is dope. Can I talk to somebody my age? Okay, I found somebody my age. Hey, what's up? What's up? Oh, fuck, she's sick. How did she teleport up there? How did that bitch Okay. She's hot. Get her in bed. Which Haven? And am I sharp? What the Taya? Taya, thank you so much for 9 months. We have a stream, baby.
Oh shit, is the funny button.
You're the funny button I'm gonna press. Pick a reaction. Become friends with flirt. Ew, no. Become acquaintances with someone new. Okay. Dude, you're right, Doge. Holy. Are precisely 36, precisely 2 months. Oh, there you go. No, Scales. Kelpie, thank you for the headbands. Taylor, how have you been? Is life going okay for you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Say mean things about household, so myself? Hey, I just got a new computer. I got a new computer. Do you like it? I'm glad you like it. I don't think she liked or disliked it because, like, wait. Asked to be left alone? Shit. W, we found... The self-hate is real in this game. Have you seen Mating Season yet? What is mating say? Oh, that's the show, the animals with the park, right? I am too. I reaches and hugs you because I'm technically in close proximity to you, IRL Taya. I got a new computer. Technology, Alex. I'm so pissed. Why am I angry? Oh, it's a random effect each hour from being adjuster. Ask about job. She's a barista, janitor, manager. You know what? It's tough getting a job. Technology. Yes. Big Mouth. That show sounds scary. Do they do naughty stuff in that show? Are we acquaintances yet? They bond by spending some OW. That was my storyteller coming into play. No, that's fine. That's fine. Are we actually 7 hours apart? All right, Taya, it was nice talking to you. I gotta go on some adventures though. I've got goals. I gotta find stuff. How do we just go on a night in the town? How do we, like, can I track this? Mushrooms. I could just go anywhere I want? Guys, where are we? Where's the museum? Let's go here. Can I go here? Or not? How do I? Or do I have to click my sim? I mean my para. Ask if single? She is single. It's not because I'm flirting. I'm just curious about your relationship status. Like, hey, you... Not everyone can do this. No, that's fine. Guys, how do I leave? Oh, I actually accidentally asked her to leave. Calorie, oh shit. Collect the mushrooms? Well, I would if I... What is this? Collect, eat at your own risk? There's a buried chest right here. Wait. It's just in our proximity, guys. Activate autism superpower number 6. I just walked away. If that's to keep it that way, I want a McFlurry. No, I really want ice cream, guys. I'll have yogurt instead because it's like a healthy... Rowdy, I'll hydrate for you. I'll have yogurt instead. It is, Taya. It's actually really fun. So much creativity and stuff you can mess around with. Guys, I was gonna play the funny racing game today, but I got so involved with this game. I didn't mean to. Emergency? I just want to know how to get around town. Is she gonna walk there? Please tell me I could run somewhere. Now, where's the library? If I was a library, where would you put me? That's a high school. That's a Castle Plaza. Town... It says it has a donations bar. Or is it the community center? Oh, it's here. The book, I wonder if Cash would be into it. Yo, bro might be. I miss them. I feel bad. I haven't talked to them in like forever, and I absolutely miss them. Hey, what's shaking, everybody? Oh my god, I could vandalize. No, there's people here. There's people here.
We're here to find stuff. We're here to find stuff, guys. There's a community center bundle. What do you mean? Is this Stardew Valley? I should eat them for sustenance. I would eat you. My mom said adding some crushed biscuits or cookies and you call them to yogurt. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is. Oh my god, this actually is. Hold on. The mushrooms in the mushroom bundle. In my mind. Yo, who's this bit? Donate. Why does she have an exclamation point? Oh, Laura looks like such a bitch. We're gonna be friends. If she's a bitch, we're gonna be friends. We're gonna be the two mean girls of the town. Just wait. Where am I? Holy crap, that bitch got allergy, right, kid? Oh, we can pop. Would you paint something for me? One of my walls could use some art. Yes. I need a paint. I need a. Is there a local painting place, guys? I don't have an easel. Guys. I'm so cooked. I don't have an easel at home. Collecting commissions just like in real life. Oh my god, I am actually. Wait, that's actually so real. Oh my god, I want Oreo. I thought you get baked. Ugh, I love getting. You know what's actually crazy, guys? I haven't been baked in a minute. I haven't smoked weed in like over a week. And that's crazy. Like a stoner like me saying that's like, what? I'm looking for mushrooms. I'm not seeing any mushrooms. Sober Hope, right? Baked in the sun so I can melt. Your terp receptors cry. That or I'm just resetting myself for my next high. Like my next high is gonna be crazy W. Now this is a cute little shop. I like this area. You know what? Missed opportunity to buy a house in like the kind of market area. Instead I built it. Okay, what else do I need? I need to find more artifacts and mushrooms and stuff. Why am I sitting down? Kick? Vandalize? Nobody watch. Yeah! Yeah! Fuck the government. Fuck this, disrespect your surroundings. Mushrooms right there. Wait, did I miss mushrooms? I thought well, these are mushrooms, so I can't pick them. There's some right here. Collect. Next to where I was. Oh, where did I valent? Next to where I was? Oh, collect two. Okay. That's so funny. I love that. Wait, the astronomy club is meeting tonight. Guys, it's 18 o'clock. What does that mean? I'm telling you, can't. They were green? Next to where I was sitting? I was like sitting right here, wasn't I? 6 p.m. 18 o'clock. Oh, okay. I need to find one more. Cyrus, I know it, but I'm just lazy. What's the community center? So we gotta figure out what the community center needs. Why does my left eye hurt, guys? See you at 21 o'clock. Oh my god. Take the last number and -2. What? When am I ever gonna? Why would I ever donate my computer? No, thank you. What's here? Sorry, I licked your eye. It's okay. I think so. It looks like it. That's the art bundle. We gotta get home. My character's sleepy. It looks like you built up the community center through different ways. Simple meal? Cake bundle? Fuck, guys, I'm so hungry. Hey, where were the astronomy people meeting? Nobody's here. I swear, I wish I could, look at the newspaper again. Oh, right here. The South Park, the planetarium. I'm coming here, guys. I'm coming here as fast as I can. Guys, I'm in the astronomy club now. Dude, where is my ass? I'm on my way, right? Dude, I want to see aliens IRL and not even just in this game. Oh, I'm coming. You see me. Oh my god, how am I ever getting here? Girl, I am getting my 10,000 steps in. I am getting in my 10,000 steps in. I need a car, guys. Run, Hope, run! Typically your eyes would be mad. Mary, I love it. Kalani, move! I hope they're still meeting. Guys, they're coming, I swear. I'm coming, I swear. Where's the aliens real? Gonna be One Punch Woman? Bro, I'm built. Hey guys, what's shaking? Shouldn't you be? You're a child and you're at the. I hope your parents here. I hope this child's parent is here. Because the unattended child coming to a club meeting at 10 p.m. is wild. You're running out the like a serial killer. Kate. Oh, Kate's one of the elder woman lesbians. Ophelia's a teen. God, I'm like the oldest one here. I'm actually low key studying. Keith Chu, I love you by the way. Gets a job as a musician. Also me levels up my science skill because I'm like, ooh, aliens. We should get back home, guys. I know you're pissed, girly. Order. Where are you going? Where are you running? What are we doing? Go home? Okay, that's fair. No. You know what? I too would go after going to a social outing for at least 30 minutes. I'm ready to go home. Where is she now? I lost her. Guys, this game's amusing. It feels like it. Run, virtual hope, run. Where is my house? Oh my god, I'm on the opposite. My house is like... Where's my house, guys? Right here. Where is she? Guys, I need a car. I need a bike, bro. I need something. Some Heelys appears. Maxwell, hi. Y'all ever heard of a bus? I don't even know how a bus works in this town. I really should have picked a house closer to town. Dude, my calves are gonna be like wild. I too need to teleport. That's why I'm leveling up the science skill. That's why I'm leveling up the science skill. Let's get to bed, guys. Wait, we're not having fun, and we need to take a shit. We need to take a shit. That toilet is right up against the wall. I actually need to move it. That must be the uncomfiest sit ever. Look. Damn it, we can't see. Poop on the ground. It's invisible so I can see like what's inside, but I do have a roof. Pack to experience death in Sims 2, you can already just do that, really? Boo! Bro, I took the biggest shit. And flush. Flush! Okay, wash your hands, then flush. Spend 2 hours inside. Oh, I gotta fill up my fun need. What is this? Let's fill up the fun need. Where are you waiting for it to flush? Girl, you don't need to. Throw away food? How did it go bad? Heavy lifting there. I'll just leave it to crust. Yeah. I wouldn't let me put it away. It wouldn't let me put it away. Snack. Let's have an apple, guys. Where are you going? It was hot, I guess. Was that spaghetti? Do I have it? Did I get it? Where are you? Where is you going to eat your damn snack? I don't know. It's the walls to get to my tomb. Is it because I'm like... Maybe I need to pull out the fridge, guys. Touch... She did the touch thing. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Oh shit, level up. Okay, we got that. Ooh, stop fucking stomping. What are you gonna do now? She's going to bed. New perk unlocked the tism. Okay, go to sleep then.
Oh yeah, we gave myself the onesie. We also to sleep. Your storyteller lets you pick a new card. What's up? You receive a surprise tax refund. Oh, I chose the dog, but I should have chose balanced. Try for a baby? I think that's a little early. Let's become friends with someone. Moo! Especially alone. I should have chose like that balanced one, because then you could get like I don't know. Guys, when does work start? I think I have time to sleep in. HopeDreams works in an hour. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm not having a good time. Take a shower. I'm late for work and I'm hungry and I'm not having fun. It's never too early. I bet you look cute in a shower. Need ignored. Need ignored. Wait, why is this real? What a disaster. Wow, it's just like real life. Train broke down. It could never happen, they said. Okay. You're a real furry. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do you mean? What do you mean? What's my hygiene? Ignored because I'm a jester? Guys, you gave me the fucking jester role. And now I can't level it up. Oh shit. Why do I walk against the wall to eat a damn snack? How do I go to work? Hope is off to work. Hope you're making me cackle. What are you talking about? Rubbing your set. I'm fucking ass smelling, bro. I'm permanently smelly. You're walking animation. Dude, what's wrong with the fucking wall? I gridded it and everything. Where is she? Can we actually see her working in this? First day of work, can't shower. Wait, where is she? You go, girly. You get in there. 4 hours remaining. She's not on the spectrum. She is the spectrum, Timo. Oh my god. I eat at work though, luckily, and use the bathroom. You could actually make that a setting. You could make sure that at work they eat and use the bathroom. It's unlike the regular Sims where like you fucking go to work and like everything goes down. Hi Tom, how are you? It's good to see you. First workday, smells like shitted ass, late and doesn't know what's going on. Boss makes $1, I make it. Exactly. Okay, we have a new life goal. Meeting people. Okay, we have to become level 3 friends with someone. Oh, that's why shit on company time. Hi, Epson, how are you? I do have to paint something for somebody. I wonder if there's an art studio nearby. I do like this game because you could get it like
Wait, I've made money though. I've made money. Actually, let's go home. Who's this? Check social media? No, girly, go home. You could literally check social media. There has to be a way to like. No. There has to be a way to drive home. But I'm not seeing one. Like, or call a cab? Do we just not have car? Bike? We could take this, right? Okay, we can't take it here. You have the option? Yeah. I have to get a cute bike though. But I wanted a way to like, I know there's go home, but we walk home. $20 to buy you a lot of peanuts. The social media fix needs to be addressed. Wait, where am I? Did I make it home? Oh, you know what? That's not a bad walk, but I genuinely think so. Let's if anybody steals my bike, I'm calling somebody. Oh, can I not ride it? Oh. Moo! It's just decor. It's decor! Wow! Okay, but hear me out. We got some arts and crafts. I have to paint a picture for somebody. So let's put that here. But also we are in the music industry. So I think we should really practice the triangle. Oh my god. I want a guitar. Oh my god, we can make keyboard Kalani. Hazelnut spread toast. Kalani! Okay, oh, let's get some shit here. Hold on. Be in a group with... Find a job in a different field. Successfully flirt. Oh god, that's so... All of that I can't do. Let's try to successfully flirt. You could afford a tax. Why is the default ham pizza? I don't know. Don't feel bad. I'm just gonna be like, hey, nice eyes. You know how to flirt? I can flirt when I want to. Pouts. Now eat like a normal person, please. Now take it to the table. Don't walk against the wall. Why? What's wrong with physically just walking around the... Nice dick, bro. Smack. You sound like my child. You fried the bread and ban for Nutella. I did. Wait, it's hazelnut. It's hazelnut. Wait, it's 7 p.m.
Can I invite a friend over? Clean up. Are you going to clean up? Thank you. Okay, actually, let's go upstairs though, because we are not having fun. We're gonna go have video gaming. Play Among Us? Play Boyfriend? Guys, I'm so good at Among Us. Get me in. Gotta throw hands. I don't like that feeling to see me. You have a nice day, hi. I love Boyfriend Dungeon. It's actually kind of cute. Isn't there a stalker? Isn't one of the Boyfriend Dungeon characters like a stalker? Okay, play a game. Death Star. Bro, I'm black. We got this. It's not me. It's always red. Yeah, kick out yellow. Girl, you could read smut. Does it count as fun? Bro, I'm black. Not like that. Not like that. Read romantic fiction? Whoa. I'm streaming a game where I stream a game. Guys, would you watch? I'm going into random Among Us lobbies, guys. Guys, I kind of want to stream Roblox. There's some really freaky horror games there, and I really like the volley game in there. You picked that. It's so good, Rinze. I 100% needed this game. What's Boyfriend Dungeon? Enough Among Us. No, you could stay on the computer. Just... And getting ready to play it when I needed to fix some stuff. Oh my god. That person was sick. Gameception. You're gonna like it, Rinze. It's so good. I'm living out the millennial idea of owning a house, because we'll never own one. Not you. I don't want to find a job in a different field. I'm done playing games. Hey, but you know what? You know what, though? What time is it? 9 p.m.? We got work tomorrow? Let's stay up a little late. Learn about music, guys. I own one. Get good. I'm jealous. Yeah. You might like this. This is why you're gonna be up. I'm gonna be late again. Wait, look. Let me get a music level 3. You can't see it because it's behind me. But let me get a music level 3. And then I just realized I forgot to hold a controller half the time. How is it confirmed? Where is that? What am I studying? FL Studio? Oh, I'm learning keys and instruments and discs. W. Okay, I'm going to bed. I won't be late for work this time. My fucking Sims! I can't believe I fell for Sims 4, guys. I actually fell for Sims 4. Don't be mad at me. I had to get it. It costed me so much. Your hard work was noticed? Yes. Moonpack cars that grant all sorts of bonuses. Your workplace gave away old computers. You have many plans. Hope gets 4 random nuts. Yo, actually, wait, this might go hard.
No, you know what? Give me $5. $500. Is it Sims 3? Maybe. Sims 3, I actually really enjoyed Sims 3. Sims 4, I thought it would be... Shouldn't you be in bed, girly? Never mind. Give me $5. No, $500. Wait a second. Did someone open my door? Oh, sorry. I thought somebody opened my door. Who's this person? Hey, my door's closed. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I agree. I agree, Rinse. I really liked needs ignored. So bathroom. I'm ignoring my bathroom need. Let's cook something real quick. Let's have a quick hazelnut spread toast. You know, our casual diet right now. The museum is looking to expand their collection of mushrooms, gems. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to donate it. It's harder than you think. I love the autonomy and that you could walk away from it and come back to see how they changed it. Yeah, right? I love Nutella Dreams. It's perfect. I only need to give you $4 then.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
It's my cow suit. Moo. Zappies. Hi, Zappies. How are you? Oh my god, thank you so much for that. Wowee. The raid. I love raids. Oh no, ads. Oh no. Listening, playing thighs land on your runway. Whoa. Altini, hi. 5700. Zappies, how are you, lovey? What were you playing? Minecraft? Oh my god, Minecraft's super fun. Were you enjoying it? Ew, woo. I hope you had fun. Friends, go check out Zappies. They've been so nice to me. Maybe I gotta move the table so she stops doing the Tism walk against the wall. I'm back. Oh my god, did you actually make that? Paint. Illustrative. There's nothing wrong with it. I just want to like Tism. Modish Minecraft. What kind of is it, like super mods, or like did you have like one specific mod that you like? I like the horror mods a lot myself. I told somebody I would paint for them. So I have to draw them a picture. Yeah, where are you painting? In my room? I like my others, thanks. Oh, I work soon. It's almost a day off. We just gotta work Wednesday and Thursday, and then it's our day off. GG's, guys. GG's. We'll make money, and then I think we should try to donate something to the community bundle. I have an upgrade point to spend at my workplace. Upgrade job rank. Workplace handy person. Repair knowledge and slowly improves all of work. Very low on staff. Game 2, but shift ends 3 hours later. Oh, overtime. So you can work more? Nah, rank me up, bro. I'm rank 2.
Nice artists will make money. I shall now rest and feed. Oh my god, yes. Thank you so much for rating. That's appreciate you, friends. Make sure to check out Zeppy. Zeppy's really kind. I haven't seen Zeppy in a minute, so I was kind of happy. How do I, okay, you're at home and checking social media. How do we, donate? I need to know what the community center needs. I do remember one of them needing... Wait. I do wish you could check what you needed. Cake, cookie, wait, common mushroom bundle? Wait. Porcini, if we find a brown mushroom, guys, look out for a brown mushroom. Where are we ever gonna find a brocini? I've already donated that. Can be mushroom cottage cord. It does have some. It does have some Stardew Valley. You have this community center that you can upgrade. That's why I'm loving this game. It's like Sims. It has like Sims elements, but also has like these other cool things to it. You could have your neighborhood people age along with you, or you could just age whatever household you're playing. There's like the story time cards that like kind of affect Malachite. There's a lot to do than just like skilling up and like advancing your career path, you know. They've got a lot of like neat cool things. She bro on my chini till I mushroom. Guys, I didn't play Forza 6 at all today. I broke my thing. There we go. I didn't play Forza 6 at all today.
Now the main problem area is up here.
What is she collecting? Hello?
Up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
Oh, now you move. Whatever. Hi, Sahama. I needed a piss and we're so happy, and I'm so happy and pleased. Hi, Sahama. Oh my god, do I have a mod who can shout out Sahama? As y'all know, I love him. He's so sweet and so nice. Bestie, no mods. Mods! I did the scream. Mods! Sweet moonwalk, right? No, you can't ban Sam. I love him. What's in here? What did I get? You have found a collectible. Great. Can we... Why? Stop! Just stop moving. Oh my god, sorry. Bailiff Panthers. Yo, I hope you're doing well, Sahama. Big snugs. Make sure you're getting food. Any pisses in chat? I got malachite. And I got oysters. I'm pissing and collecting amber. I still need the brocini mushrooms. They're brown.
Can we have a furry Sims game, where Terry's foxes like Hammer, Panda like Hope and more?
Yeah,
You just have to play Sims 4 or is it Sims 3? And install the furry mod that one dude made. And then you're good to go. It's 21 o'clock. I need to go home. Hi, Math. Dude, I'm actually the only adult here. Except for Gerard. All right, let's have some fun. This beat is sick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. The Ass Blaster mod 2. What does that mean? Where's the game? There's if I have this in my inventory, I don't know how to put it in my inventory though. But this is one of the things. Add to inventory. There. It's one of the things to like donate to the community center for some reason. All right. Is reading romantic fiction fun? Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm feeling flirty. It's not helping my fun. Let's play Dwarf Fortress. Hello, Goldie. Jopica. Has anybody ever played Dwarf Fortress before? I love you too. Looks like RimWorld. Fair. Oh, I'm having too much fun. It's bedtime. I gotta be ready to go to work tomorrow. I've leveled up in my job. I have to show them what a good employee I am. A temporary buff for 24 hours? Sure, what is it? One upgrade? For 24 hours? Oh, let's get another upgrade point. Let's get rich. I like having the kobold mod. Oh my god, you are a kobold. I'm trying. I am trying to donate. I promise. Let me just sleep in. I work in an hour. What do you mean I work in an hour? Wake up. Grab your brush and put a little makeup. Okay, let's go eat. We can now make oatmeal cookie. No, more toast. More toast. I'm addicted to the feeling of putting toast in my mouth. Not progressing? Oh, is it because I'm like... Why'd you put the kids up on the table? Here you go, creating another fable. You wanted to. I don't think you trust. No. In. Oh my god. Can I take a shit first? I'll take a shit at work.
We'll take a shit at work. W. Check this. Upgrade. Rank 3, assisting overwhelmed workers. 1+1 coworker level with a random car each time. Hour later. Workplace sanity. Repair knowledge slowly improve. Repair knowledge? Oh. What does ranking mean? Like, is it good that I'm ranking up? Yeah, no worries, Rinse8. I'm gonna see them tonight. Are you? The shift ends an hour later. +1 coworker level? Is that like my friendship? Dashkies, dashkies. Guitar skill! All right, and then we just go to the Okay, let's see what the community center stuff does. I think that was the one, or it might have been this one. It was definitely this one in the far corner here. I'm super curious. We might boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. What do you mean? Did I buy the wrong computer? Oh, it's the money bundle. Hold on. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? Yes. Guys, look at that. Donate. Table and gaming chair. I wonder what that means. Do we unlock a game? Wait, I kind of just want a Gamini and a Gamini. It's a game. I want to unlock the games. Level up surgery skill? Successfully flirt. Pauline? Oh yeah, I don't want to really flirt with a young adult. Pauline, come here. I've got to flirt with you. How do I lay it on thick? Raul, how do I lay it on thick to Raul? I kind of want to know before I wrap up stream. Let's find out what the community bundles can do. Attempt to gauge interest, 0%. Shit. Flirt as a joke, 0%. Let's do it. Let's do it. She's like, bitch, I'm taken. Oh, it was successfully flirt. My bad. Who is screaming? Why the screams? Go, wait. Can I put something in my inventory? Without needing to be here. Where was the gaming chair? Where's the Gamini table? And then the Gamini chair. I just want to see. What? Is my inventory too big? You mean too small? I'm gonna show you something that's too small. Wait, girly. The table was, I ordered it bolted down. Oh no. We could put the chair. Pause. Camera. No, it's, oh, I wonder if, oh, build mode. Meow! Give me a second. Meow! I'm meowing. Do you feel me? What the? I can also show you up here as wow, little PP. What is this? Whoa! A geeky. Geeky, do you love me? Are you riding so you never have to leave from beside me? I'm on you and I need you. So all right, make another donation here.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
All right, I'm sorry, Delta. I'll leave it to whoever saying that, you know. Just 250. I might go to bed soon. Same. Guys, it's 4 o'clock. It's technically fap up time. What does a whoa mean? I would play more Forza, but I kind of want to go take a snack. Do you want me to play Forza today, even though it's already been 4 hours? I did say fap up time. What's it to ya? Yes. Yes, I do. Nothing. I could do like some races. I could do a race. Wait, I have some peanuts beside me. Hold on. I do a little Forza, like an hour. I'm as a treat. I'm working on the seasonal stuff right now. These nuts are good. I thought I'd just let you guys know. No, nuts. System of a Down. Yeah, peanuts, salty nuts. It's so quiet. Kiki, do you love me? Why you riding? I unplugged this. Okay, wait. Guys, don't let me accidentally unplug my computer, okay? I'm going deep dive. Oh. Oh, don't fuck up.
don't fuck up. Okay. Jero, yeah, salty nuts. I have nuts beside me because I'm hungry. How are you, Jero? I've been streaming long. Let me do an hour of Forza. Let's do an hour of Forza and just chill. I have so much to work on in Forza. There am. Chewy. Davi, I hope you sleep well. Sleep the bestest. These nuts are so good. Oh my god, what's for dinner, Jero? If it's good, can I come over? Salmon. With a little lemon, and I'm in. A tiny bit though, not enough to overpower it. Let me in. Let me in. I wanna wake up where you are. Oh, that's right. We got an update, guys. Yo, y'all mind if I crack open a cold one? And by a cold one, I mean I just want a soda. Only if you can ASMR it. Yeah, I got you. It might not pick up though. Ooh, was that good?
Welcome back, Hope.
Husband, you can't subscribe after I just did that. Breaking open a boy with the, what does that mean? Husband, 3 months? Oh my god, 3 months? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Snuggle, snuggle, squish, squish, snuggle, snuggle, squish. Driving in my car right into a hope. Weird tiger, I love you. Hi, husband. No, husband's getting taken away. All right. So if y'all are playing this game, the festival playlist just released, guys. Yo, do I have any friends who's on? I don't know if I have any more festival races though. Sick ride, thanks. Wait, I can redeem it? Season progress, W. And you get cars. You get cars, guys. I just got it on Duskies, yeah. Should I... Airfield takeoff? Is this... Are these races in the middle here? Or are they just things to do? I really say, yo, you gotta finish the important ones. New season tomorrow? What does that mean? How is it already tomorrow? What are the important ones? I'll finish them all. Okay. I'm just gonna be doing shit. You guys could join my Maya, thing if you want. Oh, I don't have you guys. Add me, guys. I'm Diva Panda 5484 on here. I'm just gonna be doing shit for the festival playlist if you guys want to join my convoy and just kick it, but it's up to you guys. Well, then you'll be on longer for an hour. I'm gonna work on it. I'm not gonna finish it today. Hey, no more nuts. I'm addicted. Leon, add me. This is the best game in the world. Is the volume W or L? Porter Robinson? Where's my settings? Where's my settings? W volume. Cause you know you like the back of my hand. Don't you care? Such a feeling in the bad house. I love Porter Robinson. Sandal, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Wait, is music too loud? Or is it L audio now or W audio still? Doge is here. Still W?
Turn right. In 100 yards.
Me better. Could be louder? Are you sure? You're not like trolling me, right? It feels like... Okay. I thought you could join off me. Doge invited off me. I might be trolling a little. Add me though. You have to... Oh, I have to add you guys. You're right. Sorry, my fault. Windows G. My fault. You guys are right. My bad. I'll take it. I love you more, Roxy. Duskies, are you Omega Drive? Add me as a friend in the Xbox. Oh. Windows G. Hey, why doesn't it like prioritize the people who are online? I could do like little. I just wanted to bang to that song. You're not here. You're not here, Gus Duskies. I don't see you anywhere, brother. Are you this? Flip Coomsey? Hello? You're not Clip Coomsey then. Did you add me on the Xbox app? You gotta make sure I'm on the Xbox app. Just for you, Darren. Just do a little cheeky 40%. Oh, we do have each other's Windows G. Ah. Okay, why can't I invite you?
Doctor. All 5 of my boys want to be valets when they grow up. Wow. That's the
Wow.
worst case of Parkinson's disease that I have ever seen.
Oh my god, stop. Oh, you saw him? Cheerleader. Dusky, 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 dusky. I have buff pup still? W. Fight me, Leon. Everyone's offline. I'll still invite anyways. W, fight me, Leon. Oh no, sorry, Doge, I'm leaving you. Rage! Yo, dude, how's it shaking? It's been a minute since we've talked. Subs! I saw you play VR chat. Add me, we'll kick it. This game is the best in the world. I'm not even a racing person. I don't usually tend to play a lot of racing games, and I'm having so much fun. Fuck it, I'll get on, yeah. There's Alex. Does our Delta know? Oh, sorry, I gotta stream this late at night, is what you're saying. What do I have to do here? Is it this jump I have to make? Alright, let's do this jump. They can take corners flat. Can they? Oh, that sounds sick. I'm glad you're loving. Yeah. I'm just slow because I play so many games. Why are people driving in my lane? Oh, at 7,000? How do I know? Good idea. What was the festival playlist? Restriction A700 country Japan. What's my cars? A700, so it has to be this? How do I know if it's from Japan? Does the Viper count? Is Dodge Japanese? Oh. A700. I have this Lancer 700. Just knowledge about cars. Subaru, Honda. Wait, this works, right? From the welcome pack, the Mitsubishi. That should work. Oh, okay, hell yeah. Dusky's in, yeah, and then Leon's in. Or Leon's almost in. Ooh, dude, that's so sick.
Oh, ouch. I've had that happen a few times.
I failed because I fell?
Dust yourself off.
Shit out of my asshole. Dashi Ramu. Let me know if you're on, Leon. Only if you want to join the convoy. It's cool if you don't. Ow! I am on. Do you want in? I didn't mean to force you into my...
How was
maiden flight through that danger zone. Smooth landing.
Danger zone. Okay, where are you? Online, social. Where's Fight Me, Leon? Fight me, 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 fight me. Fight me. Fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me.
We are stunned, so try and find them all.
Pablo Escobar? I've got a Pablo Escobar to show. Did I do it though? Oh, I didn't complete it, guys. Oh, did I accidentally reset you guys? I gotta rewind. I don't know. How do you make it across? Kuro, how are you? I'm living in my yeah. Am I under the Forza gaming thing, guys? Oh, I canceled. Oh fuck, that's fucking whatever. I'll drive up. I'm in the right category, yeah? No, you're above the caddy. No, you are all left. Are you all right? Okay, we gotta do it crazy. We gotta get high. I need speed, guys. I need ISO speed to jump over a car. Let's go. 3 pandas and a...
200 yards. Turn right.
I did it right. W. 3 pandas in a trench coat. What? Who are you? Diva Panda 5484. Hi, sweetie. How are you? 3 pandas in a trench. Is that allowed? Are you related to 3 kobolds in a trench coat? Seasonal Championship Street. What is this on the bottom? Win the championship? Guys, you want to do a race real quick?
Begin.
Sorry? That's my Pamder Bear office account so I can watch. Oh, I see. Ow, Duskies. My car is ruined because of you. No, I'm joking. It was ruined a lot earlier. Yeah, binkies. Ba-da, 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 ba-ma-ma-ma. Youch. How did that get there? Why is my car so messy? And well, cause bro, drive on the right side. Dude, whoever Bowie Knife 99 is insane. I don't mind it. We'll buff out. I see you. We'll just buff it out. Ow. Why? I've got places to be. Why would I turn around?
The soundtrack to your summer.
Guys, tonight is not my driving night. I should have not raced today. Math, I'll add you. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Have you been, Sea Wolfies? Sea Wolf. Bro, these things just keep appearing. Do not speak his name. Colton! Colton! What are you doing here?
Oh my god, guys, I promise I'm a better driver. Just wait. It's because I don't have my anime music on. Why is she telling me to turn around? I don't need to go where your blue marker is. And question her driving. Wait, watch this next race. I'm bad, but I'm like, okay. I'm bad though. Bring bang, bing, bring bang, ba, bring bang, ba, 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 da. Creepy nuts. How did I hit the only house known to man on the street? Copacetic, papa, copacetic, papa, copacetic, papa. Copacetic, you do. Okay, are we all here? It's a little jank in multiplayer I discovered with Doge. Oh my god, if you... Okay. It's a little jank at times trying to load us all in. Yeah. Yo, I have one. Let's go. Let's go, girls. Hope fact number 47. Hope does not have a driver's license. All right, guys. Oh, get ready. We're technically on the same team because it's co-op. I could have PvP'd us, but fuck that. Sleekies! Oh, it's you again. Hi, sweetie. I don't know. It's okay. Rage will get to me. We don't have to rush Rage. Rage might even not be like home yet or something. Copa is so fun. My startup was so bad. Hag! Oh my god, I'm a Hag too! Hokkaido Wolf, hi! Oh my god, hi friends, welcome on in from the raid. I'm in the middle of a race and I can't pause because it's against my friends. You know what, F it. Oh my god. Guys, I've lost. I'll adjust the raid. Don't watch my driving. Oh my god, guys. No, I can't win because I wanted to say hi to you guys. How was Forza? Focus on driving? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Better be top 10. I'll give you top something at best. I'll give you a top do not finish. I could be tough. Wait, why do I get a sub from you? How do you know me? You know, we just met. What? Thank you so much. Wait, how was your Forza experience? I can reset car. Nobody knew. Oh, Kaido, thank you so much for the can follow. I would reset this if I was racing solo, but I'm not. So I'm just GG's at this point. Oh, you're very cute. Thank you so much. You can't give a... Oh my god, I'm not locked in at all for this, guys. It's GG's. It's GG's. I promise I race better. I just got all flustered. I just got all flustered from the raid. Thank you for gifting a sub to do not finish. to give to all eligible live followers. Oh, interesting. I mean that you could respawn the car back on the road. Thank you. I'm glad I know now. No! You're so sweet. I hope your stream was good.
You're having a great stream, okay, you mega cutie.
Daku, how's it been? Golden Kappa train? What's that? Guys, I don't finish this. What does that mean? What are you guys? I don't want to know how many people are watching me. Why? Stop! You don't have to give subs! Whoa! Guys, I won! I never it's so hard to finish these days, little PP, with like the climate of everything and with the gold cat. Oops, my finger slipped. You can't just say that. Oops, my finger slipped. Hi Glenn, are you sure? Do you have a are you sure? Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you. What the heck? Oh, wait, I'm gonna have to I now I could click things. I'm gonna follow you.
_knife99. They have
Friends,
given 2
hi.
gift subs in the channel.
Okay, this time I stop. Wait, Alex, thank you for the bitty baboopsies. Oh my god. Stop! Stop! I gotta race! I gotta race! I wanna show my appreciation to you guys. Delta what? I like it. Guys, do you mind if I think in a minute or so? I mean, I wanna thank you for gifting all those. I'm trying to read. I love you guys. No, I can't lock the fuck in. It's too hard. It's too hard. Just let Leon and Duskies win. Bro. You know something? They gifted one to Bowie Knife. Is Bowie Knife a person? I'm so getting carried to the festival. I promise, guys, I race better than this. I promise I'm a better driver than this. Surprise to the racers. Doge, what are we doing? Why are we in last place? Have you heard that one before? I don't believe it. No. I don't believe you, cutie. What do you mean? I promise I'm good. Ask my chat. Ask my chat that I've been, like, they've seen me race and get first place and stuff like that. They know me. Oh, we mean racing? Yeah, for finishing or not finish. At this point, I'm not fit. I bet you're good. Thank you. Hope as bad as. No, I'm good. I just take alternate routes, okay? I just take alternate routes. Alias? Oh my god, don't say that. Oh, thank you. Guys, follow Elias, aka Adam. Get on your other account so they can follow you too there. You guys are so funny. Barky Bites, Remold. Hi, friends. I love you. You're not supposed to take off road rooms. Guys, we still won, right? We still 100 Wilson. Guys, Attic rated just on her off channel though, so just make sure to give make sure to give both of her channels a follow. We still do. Okay, thank you.
Given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Chewy Fishy, I learned to drive. I promise. I promise. 4 then more. Wait, I love that.
Okay, Hope. What do you want to do now?
Cry if I'm being so honest.
Gifted a tier 1 sub.
Oh my god, I love you guys so much. If you it was a team race, yes. I'm not PvPing, not when I'm this distracted. You got a raid and run, that's okay. It's it's your Wednesdays. It's your watch-a-thon thingy. A time attack? Oh god. Just on a race. Thanks. What do you usually stream, Hagland? Do you also stream Hokkaido? Oh, true, because Twitch is changing that dumb thing. Okay, add sleek, add go bold. Well, I'm here too, yeah, Decree. Drunk Doodles, thank you so much for that can follow. This game is kind of great, honestly. All right, where's the time attack? Over there? Oh, I meant to... Guys, I gotta do a time attack. We can teleport here, though. Oh, I want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance too. That sounds fun. Hey, great. You're kind of great, Teak. Do it. Attack the time. I don't know if it's gonna be. I'm gonna have to lock in. Drunk Doodles, if you have the money and the budget allows it, true.
200 yards. Turn right.
You can teach me to attack time to get good. Copies, I pick you up, I swing you around in the air. I hope you have a good day. I think you're meant to use the road. I don't want to wait though. That's what crippling death is. Oh my god. Please, I'm so with you. We need to rework this whole time thing. I'm gonna have soft tacos, yeah. Mario Kart Tactics. Real.
Our son was feeling a little down, so we decided to get him a puppy. His mother wanted to get him a collie. I wanted
Let's get our lab, our daughter.
wanted to get a Dalmatian. We decided to get a mix of all 3. I guess you could call it a collaboration.
Collaboration? That's so funny. No time, no sleeps. Dude, we would all be so powerful if we didn't need to sleep.
200 yards. Turn left. Turn left.
That's a time attack circuit. Drive through the gantry to start the lap timer.
Oh, I have to start it. Is there any restrictions? Hi, Kwan, how are you? Yeah, thank God, roomies, honestly. Okay, let's double check if there's some car. What do we need to use? Restriction A700 Japan. A700 Japan. What? Oh, Sega, thank you for the bits. Guys, if I didn't thank you, thank you. Well, how do you know AAWD? What does that mean?
I got a hype chest. Guys, did you get a hype chest too? We got a golden kappa. All-wheel drive. Oh, okay. Oh, Kaido, you got the fucking denim mode. How do you know if something's AWD? Oh, I see. I see. And 700? Wait, it needs to be A-class 700 though. But it needs to be 700 or less. Oh. Yeah, I got this now. Choo choo. I don't think you do.
Smooth and steady.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I think these are all new cars and stuff. Nupa! I'm sad because RuneScape Leagues is almost over and I'm so behind.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Oh my god, I'm smooth driving.
Turn sharp left. Turn around when it is safe to do
I
so.
swear I heard a howl. Hokkaido Wolf, is that you? W.
Of course you can.
W. And then quit. I haven't got my patience. That's fair. That's fair. Good times. Even when I. Ooh. Kalani Forza. Do you love it? Reach the UK. That's a. Oh, I guess I'm about to hop on. I think we're still friends. We probably might be. I don't know how much longer I'm playing this though, because I was doing some Paralives and I was just looking for just something to cool down with. I gotta go make dinner soon for myself. Subs. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're having chicken wraps. I think I'm gonna air fry the chicken because it's easy and I'm lazy.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
And then I'll put it in a chicken wrap. Yum.
Yards. Turn right.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Did I mess up your speed trap? I'm off for today, Halia. No, that's okay. I'm Canadian. Wolfie, I'm not a cow. I'm a dragon. What's hospital radio? I'm listening to the anime music. How are you ever gonna get 3 stars on that speed trap? What? Does it go both ways? Oh, it does go both ways. That's drum and bass. Okay, no one get in my way. I've got the lockdown. No, I don't, JK. Dude, this hard. To get 3 stars. Do we need 3 stars to even pass? It swings both ways indeed. I don't think I'm That's okay, Funky. Snuggle, snuggle. Wait, you're rewatching a show? Have fun. Oh, you have a person of interest. Did you pretend that you've never seen it before? Oh, so you're saying, what's my fastest car? How do I sort through speed? Performance class. S1. RS? Toyota, this thing? Bigger number sounds like it goes vroom vroom. Oh, I see it. 8.2. This one. This one. We're winning. They call Hope 007 0 to 0 cows mood. 7 trees hit. Oh my god, look at this.
200 yards. Turn left.
Oh, does it? Country Japan, A700. Has to be a 700. A700 Japan. Good eyes, good eyes. Seven forests. A700 Mitsubishi. Oh, it doesn't have to be. It could be below A700, right? Or wrong. S1. Oh no, I have to be below. $7.4, that's S2. It doesn't work. 6 points, that's... we might need a new car. Dear Matto wants to be friends with me? Guys, we might need a new car. Was I using this? The Lancer? Windows G. Ah, where's my friends list? Ta-da! Oh, Sharp, we're always friends. I don't think I have the car for this. With the restrictions in mind, I'm gonna have to... You absolutely fucked my asshole! Oh my god, you guys are absolute... I'm gonna lose my marbles. No, it's okay, it's okay. I had tacos last night. I can't have tacos tonight, even though I could always eat tacos. Okay, I'm making my own speed trap.
200 yards. Turn left.
New personal best? Is it 3-star or nah? W, guys, I won. I won. GG easy. Matto, welcome to the... Tacos are so good. Okay, we did that. GG's, guys. Good on us. Wow! Floret earned 3 great speed skills in Horizon Racing. What does that mean? What are these? Well, bye, Matto. I miss you. Matto's like, fuck this shit.
In this mode, you will be selected for a championship in either road, dirt, cross-country or street racing. Do well enough over the set number of rounds, you could be champ.
What do I need to do in it? Do I need to place? Horizon. Earn 3 great speed skills. The hide and seek is a mini game. Do you want to do a hide and seek? Do you want to try hide and seek? Okay. Oh my god, Duskies, you're so big! Oh, so it doesn't even matter. Like, I don't even have to win. I just need to get 3. Okay, that's not bad. Get me in this Jeep, guys. I'm a seeker. Is anybody else hiders? Are you guys hiders? I want to. Let's see if we can find someone. Look at this Jeep, guys. Oh my god, the steering on this is horrible. Someone's over here. Hey, you ain't hiding from me. You ain't hiding from me. I feel you. I feel you. Where's the hider? Are they on the road, you think, or Jeepers, Jeepers, Jeepers. Where'd you get that? They're driving. They're nervous. They're nervous, guys. It's this bitch right here. I pinged them. I pinged them, guys. Kick his ass.
Figure out which car it is if you don't already have your suspicions. If you stick to them, their detection bar will fill faster. Fill it to the top, and you are the winner.
I'm in his asshole. I'm in his asshole. How many hiders are there? I fucked up. I fucked up. Guys, go get him. How many hiders are there? I'm inside of them. I'm not inside of them anymore. Doge, spin me back into... We lost him. We lost him. Did we do it? I can't tell if we did it. Ow. This person knows the forest like the back of their hand. They ain't getting away from me. I'm going for them. How do hiders win in this? How is that house there? Doge is on top of them. I think Doge is on top of them. That is true. Thank you for the speed bump. Move! I'm trying to sell a chip. I couldn't tell. Oh, they're moving to our right. No. They're 100% around here. L. We pinged them. They're on the radar right now. Dude, I have a Jeep. It's ogre for you. I know where you are. I've got your parents' number. It's over for you. I see you. You're the only one speeding. You're speeding on this crazy highway. I know you. I have your number. I live chrono. What do you mean Hyder's progress?
Hyder is getting a little too close to their finish line. Catch them out before they get there.
Oh, they have a finish line to get to. Aw, GG's. GG's. Oh my god. Mods, ban Dusk for being too good at this game. No, I'm joking. Aw, jeepers. No, you're fine. That was fun. That was fun. That was silly. The GG's. Jeepers, creepers. Where'd you get them peepers? We were up your asshole, bro, at one point. There was one point I could smell your lunch from your ass. I'm so sorry, little peepee. I'm so sorry. That was top 10 grossest things I've said. Should we do it? Is this just a regular race, monthly rivals? Ice to dope? What do you mean? Maybe we just do the last two? What's the story in Balamory? What's Balamory? What's Balamory? I was smelling Duskies. Return to free roam? How do I return to free roam? Bro, I'm locked in the menu. Hello? I would like to know, what's Balamory? Guys, GG's. Maybe it's the game telling me I'm done for the day. Ask Attic. Makes me sad. It's okay. I've been streaming for too long. I should probably actually go eat din din. Is that okay? Or do you want me back in to play more? Man, but I want to make sure I get the seasonal shit done before it ends. Eating is important. Fair. I'll be into it tonight. I might even do it after I finish cooking. Well, you guys won't be mad, right? If I wrap up? No, I'll be mad. We were killing. I'm almost on my seasonal stuff, Barkis. How fucking dare. Do some offline play later? Okay. I just want to make sure because I'm trying to avoid snacking. I don't want to snack. I just got here. I was winning. My lover, I miss you. Oh my god. That was with Duck Duck. We actually have to play Duck Duck Goose again. That was actually really fun. miss you guys. I don't like wrapping up. I'm gonna miss you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Hope you cried. I'm so sad. Oh my god, Dusty's, yeah, you mean Project Winter? Were we lovers then and there? I thought we played Duck Duck Goose first, and that's where lovers started. And then we were lovers in Project, but maybe I'm high. But I would love to play Project Winter again. We need to get people on that. Guys, it's my friend's birthday, so we're probably gonna go raid him. If you know Montbark or Monty. That was the first time we ever met. Oh. 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 Alright, I'll miss you so much. Tomorrow, I have no idea what I'm streaming tomorrow. I actually don't. Genuinely, I don't. Maybe Forza. I might do more Forza tomorrow. I might do either more Forza, or if I'm inclined to do so, I might buy the 007 game and play that. 007 game looks really fun. Or a silly dumb simulator game. Or Voice of the Void. Yeah, right? Barkus, I miss you. Let's game soon. Let's game soon. Alright. Let's go say Voices. I love Voices of the Void. We are gonna raid my birthday friend. It's gonna be a slash raid. Yay, Voices, yeah, we should, yeah, 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 do more Voices. Okay, it's Montbark. Verified awesome puppy, happy womb escape day. Yeah, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate all the raids, the lovin', all these gift subs y'all randomly gave out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It helps these souls so much. I love you guys. And I'm sorry if I sucked at reading chat when I was racing. Life's hard. Life's hard to read. It's too. I'm gonna be one of those streamers that never reads chat one day. No, I'm joking. I will always read chat. That's the raid message. Follow me, I guess. Keep active on my Blue Sky. I got some shit to do. I love you very much, y'all. Go check out Monty. Drop him a follow if you can. Help him celebrate his birthday. Play a couple of marble races if you're free. Yeah, you guys have a good one too. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Be soft and safe with yourselves. And yeah, I'm gonna shove so many chicken wraps, and by so many, just one chicken wrap down my throat. Mwah. Mwah, roomies, mwah, chewy, mwah, ratters, mwah, barkers, mwah, F-zone. Goodbye, everyone, mwah.
There is no basement. Oh, well, everything's fine now. Hello. Thank you so much for the